What is up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Would you consider yourself a ladies' man? There's opportunity here for a massive joke. No, I'm a lady man. I'm a cross-dresser. No, I'm not really a ladies' man. Didn't expect that answer? Yeah, no, most people don't. Ain't nobody got time for you to put some makeup on. Wait, how old are you? As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Quasi, thank you for the follow. How's it going? There's only two genders, Trump said? Yeah, I'm a cross-dresser. I am a male. Just cause a woman wearing pants don't mean she a man, and just cause a man wears some makeup don't make him a woman. How can you not extrapolate that to say that any woman that wears men's clothes is in the same way? Still, in a lot of places in the world, women can't wear men's clothes. Why is it to say that the culture can't change since over time, take an extrapolation that over time, we have allowed women to wear men's clothes. So why not, after an appropriate amount of time, allow men to wear women's clothes? So the fact that you can't even extrapolate the fact that there's two sets of clothing means maybe you should go back to, like, the drawing board. You're the one who brought it up. I'm just chilling here, just doing my own thing. You completely are free to have that opinion. I mean, I am a writer. I love fantasy. I love other cultures. I love other ideas, ways of being, thinking. So, thanks for watching, and as always, can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I have 5 short stories, and one of them is mine, and all the other ones were written by AI. A plot, a location, a time period, and a character. So the goal is to figure out if you can find which one was AI. I wrote the story, and then I got the AI to copy that story, plot, and everything, and come up with its own. And then I used that. So all of them were structured exactly the same. Are you a writer? Do you like writing stories? I am writing a book, a novel, as well as like a compilation of short stories. And it's like using the short stories as basically like a workout for my writing to develop the novel. I've been doing this for about 15 years. And so far we actually finished Chapter 1's rough draft yesterday, and we are, on that note, in the process of putting it into Grok to fix all the grammatical errors. Final Fantasy based book that the hope is to get, like, be good enough that Square Enix endorses it, basically. I rewrote the entire, like, title scene, and I used these as reference points for which characters had already titled. But I don't know what I saved it under, because it's obviously not this. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate you. You are amazing. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I really wanted to get in on its thought process and how it thinks through coming up with its ideas. At least it's something to work with, and then from there we can move into DeepSeek and maybe have DeepSeek enhance it. One of the, darker tie-ins. And what I like about this is because Final Fantasy has always been kind of, you know, tame. A dark psychological side. And same with like 14. Love Baki, man. Baki is one of my top anime. 100%. Oh, Death Note's really good if you like psychological. Death Note's fucking amazing. Like, the tutorial stage when you're like level 90 and you're playing like either in the past or in the future or something of that aspect. And then before you actually... And it's like characters that don't really show up until later or are talked about until later. The reveal at the end about everything is just like, oh my god. It is so well done. I haven't watched Loki. I've heard Loki is good, but I have so many shows I need to watch. I just don't... Since I started streaming, I literally don't have any fucking time for anything. This scene serves to introduce key elements of Paul's character and the Bene Gesserit, setting up major plot points for the rest of the series. It's foundational in understanding the cultural and personal stakes of the narrative. The narrative here seems to advance the plot through action, perhaps showing the capabilities of the characters or resolving a particular conflict. It's more about immediate action and less about setting up broader narrative arcs. In summary, while both excerpts involve moments of high tension, they serve different narrative purposes with different styles, focusing on psychological depth in Dune and on action and combat mechanics in Dawn. And we all know that China is a part of Taiwan. But as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! There we go. We just got a new weapon. So, an extra socket. What is going on? They're just beating the shit out of me until I'm dead. Ooh, a breach. Here we go. Good old breach right there. Test the new weapon. Frozen? Wait for the stun. He's stunned, he's dead. Close PoE. So this is what I was talking about earlier.
Smoking?
No.
Oh, and it's a perfect time. I think one's in here.
Why are you smoking?
I think one just joined us.
What?
Like graphic designers or scammers that are trying to get you. Yo, we back, boys. So we did a little bit of tampering. So let me know what you think. We've got this guy, or this guy. I personally like this one. But yeah, let me know which one you think is better. Or if you don't like it at all, we're going to go back to like the original setup. But thought adding a little bit more spice to it might be interesting. So let's see how this goes. Anyways, we are coming up with names for the monarchy line. We're just going to go through it. It's just going to be random. It doesn't really matter. It's just to like set up like how many people there actually are inside of the bloodline that are eligible for representation. So if we start, and we'll call this year 0, CT0, crystalline tree 0 to 123. This is the first reign. And we have the monarch. Eleni. And then we're just gonna go concubine. Hold on here. Do this. It's probably actually better. Juror, I guess. And then, so this is a 123-year reign. So let's say 60 of those years are primes, and they leave somewhere around 33 children. "21 males, 12 females." And this is already getting out of hand. There has to be a stipulation here. And I'm thinking only the monarch and the viceroy are allowed to have kids. So maybe that's another stigma kind of thing that's like, oh, maybe you don't want to be born into the royalty, because if you're born as not the primary male child, you don't have any breeding rights. Because they don't want the blood of the monarch to spread to the rest of the people. So only the prime firstborn Dislav. I like Zidlov. I like Aluna. Aluna. Aluya. His son is Zidlov. So we're just going to go through the entire monarchy. We're not going to go through the viceroy's line. We're just going to go through the monarchy. Year 124. Two. 189. So that's 65 years. And it's like the first reign is the entirety of his life, right? But then every reign after that has to be less because they have to have half their life learning how to reign before they can. So there'll be an average of about 65 years. I think that's good. Second reign. And this is Monarch Zidlov. And then Monarch Concubine. Okay. So the first reign is completely different than all of the rest of the reigns. So maybe we do want them to spread their bloodline, so there's a higher probability of more people being of the line in order to propagate. Because this is only going to be like 4 or 5 generations. That doesn't give that many people. Like, we need at least to be able to pick between, like, a couple hundred different people. As, like, an overall view of the size of what the monarchy's bloodline is actually stretched to at this point. Because this is the point where basically all of history is erased. And no one knows anything about what happens before. And it's just an age of bliss inside of the tree. Chanda. And they have 65 years. So that means... Okay, he fakes his death at 123 and becomes his son at 124. So at this time, his firstborn son would be born... say year 11. Crystal Tree era. CTE 11. Which means this reign is too long. No, it has to be that. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. So, maybe they didn't have their firstborn son until way later. And that would mean we only have, let's say, 13 children. Which would be 8 males and 5 females. That's more manageable, I think. Because they had to set up the entirety of the reign. So he's born in like 43. And like, this is a very primitive state at this point. Because this is where like all the civilians, not the actual warriors that were participating in the war, this is where it's like they've been inside the dome the entire time, and once the moon was pulled out of the sky and the crystalline tree started to grow out and the roots reached down into the dome and touched the top of the dome, they were able to leave the dome. So it's like the first reign is basically the monarch leading people out of the dome into the tree. And since everything is so nice and blissful in the tree, this generation never really recorded anything down or taught their children how to do it. And this is how history gets lost. Because they had everything in the dome, because life was normal in the dome, but now inside of the tree, without having to worry about sustenance or anything, it's a completely different life. So they've forgotten about the cares and whims of the past, essentially, in this bliss that is living inside of pure consciousness. So he spends like the first 40 years essentially setting everything up and getting everything in place. And then he marries the concubine. And then they have their first kids. So he's already at this stage. He'd be like 73, which would put him at like 58 in like human years. So, and of course his wife is young, so she's able to bear lots of children for him. So the firstborn son is born CTE 43. And then when he's 81 years old, age of inauguration 81. And that's about 65 years, because that would put him at about 44. So he lived almost like the full longevity of an octopi life, which is about 150 years. I did that right? That's 43 plus 81 is 124, plus 65 is 189. Uriel ruled for 65. And he only took over when his father died. This is like the first structures of the first 3 generations are going to be a bit odd, because they're still figuring out how the system should work, and like when it's appropriate for them to like fake their death and kill their son and take over again. How many years between that should there be, kind of idea. So there is this like 4 stages where it's like they're shadowing their father, then they're making decisions in the background for like 5 years, and their father's shadowing them, and then they become the new monarch, and then the monarch fakes his death, kills his son, and marries. And that's where it's like the leading up to that point is like until the monarch dies, there's no mating essentially between the son and his voted in concubine, because the monarch wants to be the one himself to impregnate them to continue his line, not his son's line, essentially. So I'm just thinking how the years need to progress. And in the first reign, he rules his entire life until he dies, and then his son takes over, but he kills his son. So his son never actually does rule. But then he realizes that, like, there's a gap in his knowledge about his son and his actions about the people and stuff. So he's like, okay, this isn't the way to do it. We need, like, a transitionary period. So then, for the next one, he's like, okay, next time I'll have a kid and I'll put him in when I'm, like, 100 years old. 110. Somewhere around there. And that'll give him, like, 20 years to rule until I fake my death and then take him over, and he'll be like 70-ish by that time. Which is only like 40 or 45. So it's not that old, despite sounding it. Because their ages are like between 130 and 150. But mainly like upwards of like to 150 because of their lifestyle now inside of the tree. As opposed to before where it was, you know, you could die of disease and shit like that. But disease doesn't really exist inside of the tree anymore. So it's like there's this whole other type of living dynamic. And then they have 15 children, 6 males, 9 females. First born son. So he was inaugurated when he was 70, when he was 81. And he'd immediately start having children. So CTE like 127. CTE 127, firstborn son. Damn, these names are fucked. I like that one. Stojan. That's a cool name. Okay, so he's born, CTE 127. AOI. If it was 127 plus, give or take, 63? Because 189? Right? 62. So he's 62 when he gets inaugurated. Age. Death age. Okay, if he was 43 plus 65, or sorry, 81 plus 65, 146, right? He died at the age of 146. Monarch, Eluia. Death age. 43. Because he was 20 years old when he led the people out. Stojan. So he's inaugurated in 189. Technically 190. So that should actually be 63. Because year is CTE 190 to 248, and that would put it at 58 years. And that would still give us another 20 years. Okay. 248, the third reign. This would be monarch Stojan. Death age. I guess it really doesn't matter, but we'll just say 140 or 39. Because at this point, I don't think it matters when they actually died. Our concubine. Adeline. One second here. I'll be right back. Well, you guys enjoy this. Well, I'll be right back. One second.
And Doe's moving too fast.
No, I think the
One
issue
second.
is they're not
Sorry.
whacking enough. There's this concept in private equity when you get a bankrupt company and you go in
like the
there,
zero thing?
you cut 20% more than your initial read.
Oh, wow.
And then you find like a pool of mercury, the organization gels back together again. Always cut deeper, harder when there's fat and waste. The FAA, it's not the people. The code is cobalt. It's from the 60s. It needs CapEx put into it for the technology to be upgraded to make it safer. Fat like a chicken. All of these agencies are like big fat chickens dripping over barbecues of fat. This is the best barbecue
They're so fat. True.
I've ever seen, but I don't think it's happening fast enough. They're not cutting enough. Keep slashing, keep hacking while you have a 24-month mandate before the midterms.
Yeah.
Cut.
He's right.
More cutting. Believe me, it's going to work out just great. Everybody
Even
should be
people
happy
with the
about
nuclear
this.
codes, cut them too.
Cut everything. Because if you don't see what they're doing and they can't show you that they're adding value, you whack.
But it's clear
that
It's obvious, yeah. How could you disagree with that? If they're not doing anything that's valuable, get rid of them.
they're even asking people to show us what you're doing. Again,
this was a story Friday, and literally Elon said, "Oops, we gotta rehire them because nobody knows how to do what these people know how to do."
Yeah, the
And he
nuclear
admitted,
thing. Okay, gets it wrong once in a while.
Yeah, you're gonna make mistakes. See, this is the way that these people think, is that they try to, like, it's like, this is the reason why bureaucracy and, like, really big companies also move so slow. It's because
Big deal. So
basically there are so many people that are afraid of doing anything wrong that nothing happens at all.
what?
I agree with that.
10% of the time.
It's okay. I actually think it's okay if they run into a stumble here or there.
Yeah,
because
mistakes
the
happen.
project is so massive. The need to cut is so massive. The government is so massive. It's inconceivable that you wouldn't make a mistake here or there.
Yeah.
I think that's acceptable if the greater goal is achieved, which is a smaller government, more efficient government.
even if someone,
trim the fat.
even if someone dies, or even if someone,
Yeah, of course. She's making an emotional argument, of course. Yeah, every single decision that you make, there is an acceptable level of risk and tolerance for that risk that occurs. Absolutely. Of course.
because
Are
we're
you
talking
alleging
about.
that someone has died from this?
We don't know. I'm
Oh,
talking.
see, this is again. Emotional argument completely fucking dismantled instantaneously. It didn't even happen in the first place. So fucking annoying. And I've noticed, you know what I was talking about, how Germany was being run by Karens? We were so close to being run by Karens also. That smirk? Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
But when the rubber meets the road, I'm talking about, for example, Kansas City, 30,000 government employees might be laid off. It will
That's a good start.
destroy the economy of Kansas City. That's okay.
Why do you say that?
So now you're arguing that, so she's arguing now for universal basic income. So we have to keep the economy there. Let's have all of these people that are doing nothing of value, let's keep them doing nothing of value. Why would you say that? Yeah, I don't know.
Economy of Kansas City.
Sorry about that. I am back.
Because I'm reading what the individuals from Kansas City have been
She
saying.
just said people are dying, and now she's saying this too.
That they're very concerned.
What do you think they're going to say when they?
All right. What is going on here? Get out of here. All right, there we go. Oh, let's take a toke. Bring that shit back. Okay. Where is... There we go. Okay. Age of death. Age of inauguration 63, so he's 63 in 190. Uh, 11 children. 7 males, 4 females. Firstborn son. Eligio. born CTE wait. $123, 43 and 81, 124, 189, 190, 146, 43 and 190, 146, 89, 146. He's 126 when he steps down. This is what's confusing me. Because this structure isn't the same as the rest of them. From Zidlov's death onwards, everything should be set, but before that, it's not. Because he takes over at the death of his father, whereas he steps down before he dies and allows his son to take over. So he's... $65 puts him at 46, so that's his death, which means he can't reign for that long, or it's the next one, and we do a reset here. So Stojan is the first one who actually steps down. And this is where the monarch's like, okay, we need a transitionary period. Like, this isn't working. Like, it's too much of a rough transition kind of idea. So then he's like, okay, I'm going to step down earlier and appoint my son earlier. And then I'll just make it so he can't have a concubine until later. Or they vote in that concubine based on, you know, an overtime. And if that concubine is, like, voted in multiple times, like if they can be voted in, let's say 4 times in a row, and votes are held every 3 years, so that's after 12 years you could be voted in, and then once that's happened, you're kind of solidified as the concubine. And if that never happens, then there never is a concubine, and then there's, like, you know, there's an issue with that as well. Because there's no concubine, there's no continued species. No, you have to be voted in like multiple times in order to become the concubine in the first place. And then from there, once the father dies, then you can start the line again. But the whole point is to wait until the father dies. And then the son can basically get married. But the idea is that if you are married, that's kind of what makes you the monarch in a way. So it's like, we'll have to come up with something else for the concubines, though. But yeah, okay, so he was brought in year 190. He's age 63. So his firstborn son is like, so if he was in 190, but Stojan's already dead, he doesn't have to worry about waiting. So he can immediately have children. So the first would be born like 199. Because let's say he had a couple of females first, before the firstborn son. Because he doesn't necessarily have to be the oldest, it just has to be the son. And I mean, we could even add in a fucking thing, but I just don't care enough to do that. It's just going to be the firstborn son. Born 199. Age of inauguration. $49. If he's 199 and he gets in at no, it'd be 50, because he's getting in at 249. The year 249. So he's 50 when he's inaugurated. Okay, we need to add a new stat here, which would be son's AOI. No, so like, how do I say this? God damn it. I guess we call it retirement age. Death. No, not his. His is the first one that's not death. Retirement age. Death. Retirement age, death. Retirement age 199, 248. 58, 63 plus 58, 71, 121. And that's roughly 20 years for his son. So we could go age. Father death. '81, because it's the same year he's inaugurated. And it doesn't matter for this character because they don't have a father. They're the first. Age of father's death. Stojan. His father dies. His father's already dead. So his father dies when he's 63, which is the year he's inaugurated. And then father's death is. He was born on 127. He's 50 when he's inaugurated. Which means he would be 69? 68? Levi J. Robinson, welcome, welcome. Nice. Oh, never mind. Why? Oh, never mind. Do you like the... Okay, so tell me, what do you think? So, I made this new, like, overlay. So, I got this one. This one. This one. It was 69. It's because the years are just messed up. Let me redo the math. He was born in 199, so he's 50. And it's 18 years later, because he was 121, and he died at 139. So that's 18. 139 minus 121 should be 18. Funny 69, nice thing. I'm not disagreeing with your maths. I don't know if my math's right or not. But I like this one the best for the overlays, because it kind of like separates everything. And then that one's just like the stars in the background, and then this one's just the nebula doing its thing. But yeah, let me know which one you think is the best, because I think this one's the best. And if not, like, you liked it more like the way it was before. It was just the nebula overlay is better. Just the nebula without the arcane sanctuary background. And then I'm not sure about the gap, like, between my camera and the screen itself. Like, that's why I like the black outline with the stars, because it kind of gave it separation. The Arcane Sanctuary doesn't make much difference to me. I just kind of like it because it gives it, like, you know, it highlights the stream topic. It separates, like, a bar around the chat. It separates a bar around my camera, and it separates a bar around the screen itself. Well, I don't know if, like... Because I want to do something there, but I don't know if the Arcane Sanctuary is, like, the best. But I kind of like it. So if it's, like, it's not really that much of a difference, then I would prefer this one. But if you don't like it as much, I'll use the other one. Because I'm not the one looking at it. You guys are. So... Okay. Firstborn son. And then he is no harm, no foul. Indeed, indeed. It's all about experimentation. Like I said, I like to do at least one thing every day to improve the stream as far as, like, visuals go. Whether it be, like, for instance, like, I think it's set up. You can do... Oh, not that. I want this. No, for some reason it wasn't set up. Now it's set up. I gotta make sure I check and make sure that it's set up. You can be like...
Distilled disdain directed desire down Don's doorstep, drinking delicate diarist during daily donations, detonating distilled Dallas during dusk.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah, you can do exclamation S for TTS, and then you can also do, I forgot to do this at the start, 32%, no wonder today's going horribly. Oof, that's brutal. Oh well, that's how she goes. Thankfully, we're only creating, like, a lineage here, and nothing, like, actually super important. Because none of this is really referred to, it's just more for my reference. It will be, like, glazed over in, like, old books found, I don't know exactly how it's gonna go, but that'll be, like, for later on. It'll be, like, people that, like, abandoned and, like, left the tree or like, remained inside the dome, and there's gonna be, like, people that, like, go back and forth between the dome and the tree. Still haven't figured that part out quite yet, but there's, like, it's like a faction of, like, it's like the underground, essentially. And that's where the Warriors of Light come from. That's why they're so entwined with the rest of the world, because they're actually from that age, essentially. Like, they've grown up around it and everything. So it's like even the experience of magic for them wasn't something that was, like, in their lives at the beginning. It was something that once they ventured outside of the city and, you know, kind of endorsed themselves into the adventure lifestyle, that they discovered it. Because it wasn't in the writings or the teachings of anything that was inside of the dome, because all that was science and technology long lost. But that's how they understood the way to use technology and forge relic armor and relic weaponry, which makes them the strongest adventurers. Okay, and then the next... Age, father, death. It's concubine. Is Phaedra. I actually kind of like that. Oh wait, I got ahead of myself. This is later. This is after he becomes. Stojan, firstborn, AOI, father's death age. Okay, that's why this is too early too. Any advice for good naming? This is how I set up my naming conventions. Octopi naming scheme. American names such as Jack. And then I take that name and then I manipulate it in a way. So, like, for Jack, it'd be like Hulk, Cackle, Ajax, Kuja. And that's all just from Jack. So it's like I just take like a basic name like Scott. Be like Pseudo, Koto, Tokan, Sodic, Sutalk. It's a pretty good system, at least for getting names into text. And it keeps the names, like, in a general naming convention. And then it's like for avians, I use like European names like Gunther, Vladimir, I don't know, I can't think of any other off the top of my head. And then Asian names like Mariko, Tsunada, Ishima, Arbito, something like that. Or like even like Arabic names as well. But it just kind of keeps them in that general area. Just for this, I'm using a naming generator, random name generator, just as placement names, because I don't actually care what the names of these characters are, because their actual names are never going to be revealed. It's just, I need to count how many people are basically going to be spawned from this, that are going to be of royal blood, that have the potential to basically be voted in as leaders of government. Because any octopi can be voted in as a concubine, any female octopi, but to get high-level positions in the government, you need to be voted in, but you also need to have the blood of the monarchy. So anyone who has the blood of the monarchy can run to be a representative for, like, any part of, like, the government that we're going to build based off of the U.S. government with, like, different standings. And we're going to have the three, you know, three branches of government. We're only going to have a federal government. We're not going to have a state or a local, because the federal government is the state and the local. So it'll just be a federal government, which will actually be a local government. But the federal government will include the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild will be anything outside of the tree, and that'll be like... The Adventurers Guild will be more like a state, because it'll be a bunch of cities that run underneath the Adventurers Guild, and each one of those cities will have like a governor or a mayor, and that's like one of the things is you're going, like, the adventure is you're essentially going to gather all of Husai's old comrades who are all governors or mayors of the main cities, and you're traveling to each one of the cities to go basically pick up your friend, and you have the viceroy to basically tell them, yeah, you're alleviated from your job for these reasons because of this, and so, you know, put your deputy as the in command for now, and we're gonna go on an adventure for like a year. Something along those lines. Okay, his age of inauguration is 50. So this year ends at 249. So the year is CTE 249. And this... no, wait. Because the year we're in is like between 570 and 630. That's the range. So it's about 600 years after the first reign of the tree. And the Adventurers Guild is somewhere between 350, 400. So it's been like 200, 250 years or so since the Adventurers Guild has been created. And that's why I would kind of want to show like a more advanced state of the government from a federal level inside the tree than there is established outside the tree, because it's literally had 300 more years of evolution. And it's all confined in one place, whereas like the travel distance and communication times are limited, but the discovery of comm pearls basically like fixed that after like the first 100 years, because now they basically have telephones and like instant communication through the comm pearls. And that makes for, like, legislation and stuff like that to be a lot easier. Even for people inside of the tree as well. Because you go from, like, delivering messages over a period of time to instantly having, like, a phone to call, essentially. Okay, so he's 50 when he's inaugurated, so he's gonna reign for 62 years? It's like 111, right? 50, 60... 311. And monarch is Eligio. Retirement age. $62. 50. It'll be 112. $142. This is almost 30 years. So each time he's kind of giving more and more time to set up the government before taking on a new concubine and like reestablishing everything. Because for each of the reigns, he's kind of, adhering to what the people want, figuring out what he missed in the previous reign and everything like that, and kind of like accumulating everything, all of his knowledge together about how this system is going to work. Because you gotta remember, this is all the same guy. He kills his son and then becomes him. So he's just pretending. So it's not like it's an actual... So like, these children, and his children, they're all brothers and sisters. Half brothers and sisters. They're not like diluted of blood. And that's why even with like a third generation living, let's say, the most you would have is like being a quarter whatever bloodline the monarch is, if you had like great grandchildren, essentially, from, because they would die off. But we'll deal with that later. That'll just see like the pool that we have to draw from to make the government itself. Okay, and then the monarch's concubine. This is 4th reign. And then at the end of the next reign, because the next reign's gonna go to like 380, 370. So yeah, the next reign will be like when, like halfway through the next reign will be when the Adventurers Guild finally gets set up. So 311, and then that'd be his, how many children does he have? 16 children. And 7 males, 9 females. First born son, Vaco. And born CTE 311 68 330, so like 342. He takes over at 50, so he's 68 when his dad dies. That's oh wait, no, that's 249 plus 18. 249 plus 18. 57. 67? 267? Age of inauguration 311. So he's going in at 312. $55. I'm pretty sure. We'll put him at 312. 572. 72. That's 20. Wait, what? It's in 267. So he'd actually be 45, wouldn't he? Seems like such a gap, though. I mean, that's the math. 7 and 5 is 12. 4 and 6 is 0. That's 103.12. So he's 45 when he's inaugurated. So they're getting younger and younger. Year CTE 312 to 374 or 9. That's 67 years. This is the 5th reign. Adventurer Revolution. And this is where he starts to implement the idea behind the Adventurers Guild and like what it's all going to be, why people like should want to do it, how it's going to affect things. So he spends like the first half of his reign setting up the Adventurers Guild as a concept and then slowly promoting it to people who want to leave the tree. So this monarch is the one who starts the Adventurers Guild. I just need a toke. But we're getting there. I think we have 3 generations to go. Maybe 4 generations. Sinalt. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. You should do the exclamation S before that, bro. I think you can still, you should still be able to do it on Kick. Right? Let me see. Let me see if it works.
A B C D E F G
It
H
does
I
work.
J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z.
Dun dun dun. Well played. The other commands don't work on Kick. Like, I can't get the automated commands like the talent. But I can tell you what your writing talent is. 71%. That's higher than me. I'm at 32%. Fuck. Decimated my numbers, bro. No wonder I'm having such a hard time writing this. Well, welcome to the stream, brother. We're, as it says, creating the monarchy bloodline. I still like doing this, though.
Abashed asunder abducted adolescents adoring alluring ardent advent saking artistic adverse among articulate adaptations amounting ondant abs.
Okay, I didn't get the last part. It's supposed to be amounting, audent, absconded, abstract allure. But it didn't finish the last of it. Stupid machine don't know how to talk prop! Anyways. So this is the year of the adventurers. Or the age of adventurers. And the spawning of Ifrit. Okay, and the Monarch. And Vaco. So retirement age 62 to 79, 67, 45, and 67. We've already done this. That's 112. He's also 112. I mean, that's completely a coincidence. We just made those random numbers up, and they just happen to add up to that age. It is what it is. That's how you make things natural. Death age should be roughly 23 years later. So he's going to be one of the youngest, dying at 135. And then age, father's death. He dies 20 years, so he's 65 when his dad dies. And then he can have a concubine who is, well, I don't want to use that one, but it came up with it. And it's not actually going to be in there, but why not? It's a throwback. I only have 9 children. And this is because he spends most of his time, like, preparing to set up the Adventurers Guild and not mating. What a fucking idiot. Beautiful octopus tang over here, and you're fucking ignoring it for your frickin' ideology. It's like, hey man, not my fault they voted in an ugly bitch. Oh, have some good commentary over that kind of shit. I mean, they don't necessarily have to like each other, they just literally have to mate.
Octopus Ussie.
Exactly, Levi. Oh. And then their first born son. I mean, we got another throwback, Aaron, who is born year CTE 379 plus. So 99, so he'll be like 403. He's born like 403. Age of inauguration. Again, I'm doing it backwards. It's 312, not 403. It's 312 plus whatever years. He takes over at 312 plus it's 332. 332, so it'd be like 342. So yeah, his first kid, then when he's like 70, which is technically only like 55. I'm like, I just need to put the years in here, or this is gonna drive me crazy if I don't put the age and the year. I think this is what's completely messing me up, is not having this as a reference. Even though it's there, I just have to look somewhere else for it, and I'm looking at the wrong number every single time. So 146 is 189. Oops. ET. Does he have these kids for his own enjoyment or simply to maintain appearances? Both. There is kind of a dark background to it, but it's something that's not it's like hinted at, but it's not really explored because it doesn't really go into like the biology of mating and how children are born and stuff like that. Like there's no actual sex in the book. It's like the closest is like the anime friendship where it's like, you know, they're like the best friends, but they're also, you know, they're in love because of the way that they treat each other. I think we had the conversation yesterday about this. But yeah. But, you know, having sex is a good old time. So, yeah, it's definitely enjoyment. But it's also to maintain appearances that he is continuing a line and not just the same person who's 10,000 years old. And this is like real octopus, they were reproduced by hand holding. Yeah, because if you didn't know this, one of their arms is actually their their things. Their dicks. They actually have 7 arms. But in these octopi, they're genetically different. Because their back legs are technically braided together. So that they can maintain standing on land. Because they're like evolved to be land bipeds, not water cephalopods. Okay. It's the year he gets. So this is CTE 90. His retirement is 248. CTE 248 268 266. Father's death age. Was 189? And then from here, Stojan's the first one who steps down before his father dies. And then it's like, okay, now the reigns are shorter because there's this transitionary period. This should be 249. His retirement age should be 311. Death age should be 341. His father's death should be 266. So he's 68. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. These dates are all wrong. Father's death is 189, and he's inaugurated in 190. He's 63 when his dad dies. He's 50 when he's inaugurated. He reigns till 311. Dies at 341. So yeah, maybe this actually is 266. Because he'd rule for almost 50 years. After his dad died. I'm not the greatest at numbers. Yeah, and then he's born 1 year later. Like, he couldn't wait to get fucking laid here. Because he's only allowed to as soon as the other one dies. So he's born 1 year after. At 267. And then Vaco is the one who's the adventurer revolutionary. $312. His retirement age is 379. Plus 23. 402. I think it's 402. It's his death, 341. He's 65. He was 45. 2032. Why is this date wrong? $311 is when he died. No, this is wrong. No. 42. 41. If he was born in 249 or 199, this is 100 years. 7 or 8. Why does this number not right? Because this number and this number don't match. Because his death age was 341, so his father's death age has to be 341. But he was 45, and 312 plus 20 is 32, not 41. So one of these numbers has to be wrong. He was born in 199. He's 112 years old. That's 311. And he died 30 years later, which put it at 341. 312, 332. You should say his father's death was 342 or 332. I don't understand why these numbers don't add up. I think this is just the number that's wrong. Because all of this makes sense. It's like I have to change something. And I'm going to change the one number that doesn't fit with the rest of them. Because all these numbers all go back and go into each other very nicely. So whatever year he was born is wrong. Which would make these numbers wrong. Or we have to make these numbers right. Which means he needs to be born... If he's 65... He needs to be born... 280... 276? And he's 45. Should be 30... 21. Right? 321. Plus 4 is 16, plus 5 is 21. So 321. And 341. See, now all the numbers add up. There we go. Okay, so his birth year was just fucked. Which kind of seemed that it was fucked because it was 1 year afterwards. I was like, damn, he had to get busy. But no, he's been planning the revolution, so he didn't actually get busy off the bat. But he's like, fuck, I gotta fuck. Let's go. 10 years later. But then again, you know, he could have had females first because he had 9 females. So... $321, 67 years, 379, 402, 341. Okay, the numbers are definitely working now. And then he's born 342. Which seems like a little young, because this one's also born 1 year after the death. His retirement is at 379. That's 37. Damn, they're just getting younger and younger. I don't know how much... Like 37's pushing it for being young. That's like 22 or 23. Like I thought 45 was pushing it. So yeah, this guy needs to lay off a little bit. How many years? It's 67-year reign, and he's still having his son be so young. So if we're talking 312, this number's wrong. This is the number we were looking for. 312. That's wrong. And that's not 67 years. That's 57 years. That's 58 years. Yeah, okay, that was the number that was wrong. So it should have been 321 the entire time. That's when his reign is, because that's when he's inaugurated. He was born in 342, which he should be born probably in 352. Maybe even no, it needs to be like 348. His firstborn son is Aaron, born at 348. And the end of his reign is 379. 348. He would be he's even younger now. He'd be 31. So I think we need to extend his reign. And that's the only way we can make the son older. So let's go to 399. That's 78 years? And he's 132. And he dies at 149. $416? And that's 17 years? How old is he when his dad dies? Wait, I don't think that changes. 341 doesn't change. This changes for this guy's death. Yeah, 68 and 341. Or 65. 341, it's 321. He still dies at 341. So he's still there at 341. 416, 399. He's 132, which means we push the range back. If he's born in 38 and he's inaugurated in 400, he's 52. So, okay, now we're increasing the age back to a reasonable level, because that's like 36, 37. It's still young, but, like, it's enough. It's not fucking 20, that's for sure. And that would be CTE 400. Which would be near CTE 400 to 467. So he'll rule for 67 years. And this is the industrial age. And this is where, like, because of the adventurers and bringing everything into the tree, it's like now we've got the crafting guild, we've got like all these different guilds to go along with that to create things for people inside of the tree as well as adventurers. So you've got like craftsmanship for like, you know, making furniture, decorations and stuff. And now it's like I said, this entire economy is now being built around adventurers bringing new things into the tree. So it's like now there has to be like some sort of currency basis that's been built up over time that's like backed up somehow by the tree. And it's like normally things are done like we were mentioning yesterday, like favor wise inside the tree, because there's never really been a need for anything. So but that kind of establishes the classes for like the working class versus the like leading class versus like the government itself and then the monarchy. But that will all lend itself in due time. But I think getting this kind of structure out, like this reminds me of playing like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and having like a 400-year war. It's like, oh yeah, I totally forgot my commander is actually the great-grandson of the guy that I started with. I've been playing this campaign for like 80 hours. I've almost conquered the world. Oh, good times. And we're only up to the year 467. We've still got another 150 years to go. And then we have to do the Viceroy. Basically do the exact same thing, but with the Viceroy. And maybe what we'll do is like something like the mating between the Viceroy's kids and the Monarch's kids. And it's like that's the only way that you can be like wedded, essentially. And basically given as elites given the opportunity to breed. Other than that, they can't breed. So their children won't be able to breed. So it's only ever one step of a line. You can never have a great-grandchild, you can only have a grandchild. Because that grandchild will not have the opportunity to be able to mate. Well, there is like because there is kind of like a magic component to it. So it's kind of like a forced birth control. But it doesn't mean they can't have sex. It just means they can't have kids. It's just a birth control thing. I'm not crazy gonna be like, no, the royalty literally can't, because then that's gonna cause problems. Like, just my immediate thought on that was like, no, I have to change that because that's gonna cause problems. Why would the man, like, you know, I mean, maybe we could keep it and have that be like a plot line somewhere where it'd be like, you know, but we don't want like the monarchy causing problems, do we? Maybe we do. I don't know. It's a plot line to keep an idea in our head over, right? Never be like the suppression field in HL2. Half-Life 2. I guess so, yeah. Pretty much. But it'd be more of a because you're in the tree. And then there's another thing too, is like, what about members of the monarchy that become adventurers and leave the tree? Because then they're no longer under like the monarch's gaze kind of idea. It's like, what if they reproduce? Because the monarch can only control the magic that's inside of the tree. So maybe getting around having like bastard. I mean, that could be an origin story for one of the Warriors of Light, even. That they're like a third generation bastard of one of the monarchs. I really like that idea. So let's not finalize anything to do with how their children if their children have mated or if the bloodline has continued in that way. We'll come back to that because we have some good plot lines we can go on that don't really they don't really have to go anywhere or do anything or even be put in the book. They just have to be ideas that can be slightly referenced to, even in an idea of a conspiracy theory like in Song of Ice and Fire, that Ned's like, well, why the hell does Joffrey have blonde hair? And it's like, there's something that's not right here. And it's, you know, that underlying conspiracy that you're like, all right, I gotta figure something out here. And then you find out, holy shit, okay, something's not right. And that could be another part of Zaid's, like, notes of being 100%. That will have to be another component to Zaid's notes, is like archiving out the possibilities of these adventurers being bloodline of the monarch. Even though in reality there is no reason why the monarch's blood is like stronger or better than any others. He's just literally, the monarch and the viceroy themselves are special because they're being controlled by anima and they're being fed like his energy, so they literally can't die. So they're immortal. And they've been alive for 10,000 years. They've been doing this for a very long time. They know what's going on. And they know how to manipulate people. And since this is the point where history is going to be erased, they can now establish a new line of an idea of erasing who they actually are and dropping into the background and no one ever questioning anything. And that's kind of where they're building at this point, to be able to say that, you know, we're just the monarchy, and then have that in and of itself be its own authority. And I'm trying to think of like what, like, the reason for this is not just to create a pool to draw from. The pool to draw from is a side effect of creating the class of royalty itself. So I'm not creating the class of royalty so I can pick and choose who can be a representative. I'm building out the royalty class Alien boy, welcome, welcome. So I can have a drawing point of how many people are encompassed in this. Because we still don't know what the size, like, I'm guessing like 2 million. Like, the size of the tree probably holds about 2-3 million people. And it's like not very densely populated kind of idea. And it's like among like the areas that are excavated inside of the tree is like 10% of the tree itself. So it'll be like somewhere around 2 million citizens, and then for Ifrit it's like 100,000. And then for most of the cities outside of that, it's like between 10,000 and like 50,000. But they're not that. Valiant boy, welcome back. Love you, bro. Hell yeah, dude. This one's for you. 2 million is a good comprehensible size. Yeah, for a tree that reaches like up into the atmosphere kind of idea, I think that's a reasonable amount of like a citizenship size. This one's for you, Valiant boy.
This thinking thus thirst through thistles thinkers tink timber tortures touch telling tales towards twilight.
I did forget to smoke my bowl. I was like, there's something wrong here. Always good to have someone here. So, Valiant boy, what do you think? I have 3 options here. So, well, I guess 4, because we have the original, but we have this overlay, and then get rid of like the outline, or having like just the Arcane Sanctuary, like black background, like the stars floating through, or like our like normal setup, but the way that we have like the camera, the screen set up now doesn't really work for that. This is my favorite, honestly, but yeah, what do you think? This one, like, I'm not sure, but trying to improve, because everyone's like, get a graphic, and I'm like, go fuck yourselves. Fine, I'll get a fucking graphic. Jesus Christ. Calm your shit. I don't know, bro. 4 goods? Just camera a little bit bigger. Big fuck. So like this one, but like a bigger camera. So like if I was to go like this, it's this one. Let's see. Take this. Where is this one? No, this one. This one. Is that still too small? My worry is just making the camera bigger makes the screen smaller. But that's why we have the old one, right? So we got that. It's this one. And probably even like that. So you like this one? Or is the text too small on that? I'm so confused because of the delay. I'm just gonna sit here and you tell me in like 2 minutes if that's the right one. Because you say it and then I change it. There's big camera, there's small camera. What do you like better? Big camera, small camera? Because yeah, like I said, my biggest problem is like, because the screen gets smaller. I kind of tried to size it around the size of the chat and like the stream topic. Yeah, I think it just fits better. Yeah, that's the whole point. Because I hate watching streams that I can't see the person writing. I'm like, I want to see what you're writing so I can read it. Yeah, I do understand the camera is, like, off. But this is just, like, the overlay we're using for this. Like, we're going to go back to the normal one. Like, if we're playing Monster Hunter, we're going to be using this. Right? Because I want you guys to get, like, the full picture. Because you don't need to see exactly where I am. But, like, the text size doesn't change that substantially for a small camera because the text is the most important stuff. Yeah, that's why it's like having this one. I didn't really like because it kind of puts me more at the forefront. And the only reason for this is because I have a TV that I'm using as a screen. And it's really hard to read the entire width of it. So I prefer splitting the screen in two. So having it like this allows me to split it into two different documents. So I can have one to read on this side and one to read on this side. One for reference and one for writing. Don't worry, bro. I'm working at the same time. You're running out of time. No worries, bro. It's all good. I just appreciate you dropping in. Giving your opinion on the stream and whether you like it or not. Like, what do you guys think? Like, do you like the background? Like, I love, like, space and stuff, so I was like, the idea of just having this, like, nebula and, galaxy kind of in the background, just kind of, like, wisping in and out, kind of just, like, drawing your attention to it, and then having the arcane sanctuary with the stars moving as, like, the border for it. I tried so many different ideas, and I just thought this one looks really cool. It's a nice space background, is nice, black contour, delete, do all space. So this one, and then maybe do this. Trying to get it like on point, but it's really hard to get it to like where it should be. Think that's good. You guys like that? I think that's pretty.
Fire fascination fanatics falter fantasizing furiously following fatal foundations focusing force forwards forth funds foaming found fortune FA.
Fallen friends. Yeah, I guess I'm hitting like a word a word limit, and then it just kind of cuts off for the last one. So if I can, if I could get enough words together that they can't do them all, I think that's an improvement. We get at least like 9 to 15 random words. See if we can make a coherent sentence out of it. So one thing I wanted to do is, like, did you see that crash on Toronto? That was a miracle, nobody died. Like, plane crash? I don't watch news or stuff like that, so no, I did not hear about that. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, it flipped upside down. What the fuck?
Toronto. We just landed. Our plane crashed.
What the
Breaking news
fuck?
from Pearson Airport tonight. A Delta Airlines CRJ-900 has crashed. As you can see, the plane ended up upside down and the wings were sheared off. 80 people were on board the flight. No one was killed.
What
Good
the
evening. The crash
fuck?
occurred around 2:30 this afternoon. According to Peel paramedics, 15 people were injured, 2 of them critically. One child was also transported to Sick Kids Hospital.
The flight was coming in from Minneapolis.
What's happening with airplanes, man? What's going on?
Meaning arrivals and departures have been delayed and diverted.
Someone's fucking up our airplanes.
At this hour.
You know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of?
76 passengers and 4 crew members were on board at the time of the crash. CTV's Janice Golding joins us live with the latest. Janice.
Hi, Natalie. Well, we're live right now in the lobby of the GTAA, which, as you can see, is currently wall-to-wall media as we all await a news conference, which we are now told will take place at 6:30. We weren't going, not passengers who were coming to Toronto.
Are they going to talk about...
p.m. We are expecting an update from the GTAA.
Yeah, okay. But you know what that reminds me of?
My man, Dr. Pavel here, but only one of you. First one to talk gets to stay on my aircraft. Who paid you to grab Dr. Pavel? He didn't fly so good. Who wants to try next? Tell me about Bane! Why does he wear the mask? A lot of loyalty for a hired gun!
Or perhaps he's wondering why someone would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane.
At least you can talk! Who are you?
It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan. No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
If I pull that off, will you die?
It would be extremely painful.
You're a big guy.
For you.
Was getting caught part of your plan?
Of course. Dr. Pavel refused our offer in favor of yours. We had to find out what he told you.
Nothing. I said nothing. Well, congratulations. You got yourself caught. Sir? Now what's the next step of your master plan?
Crashing this plane. With no survivors.
There you go. That's how it happens, guys. That's how you rip wings off of a fucking plane. And the plane don't fucking survive after that shit. How the fuck does a plane wind upside down without wings? That is some fucked up shit. And it didn't look like the wings were anywhere near where the video was. Like, the wings fell off way before it fucking hit the ground. Like, holy shit, man. That's crazy. Has there ever been an instance of a plane landing upside down before? Or is this like an absolute first? Agreed. He knows how to set shit up. Never happened before? Yeah, I believe that. I've never heard of that happening before. That shit looks like it was fucking placed there, man. That is fucked up. No, I'm from Alberta. I'm like 3 provinces over the other way, bro. Yeah, it's Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. And Ottawa is the capital of Ontario. Okay, so now we've moved to the industrial age where it's like we're building that snow on Canada. Yup, it's been snowing here since October. About 3-4 feet of snow outside. At all points in time. Okay, so we have the year 467, 400 to 467. He is the monarch. His name is Aaron. Retirement age 52 plus 67, 109. Wait, no, 119? 50 plus 60 is 110. Yeah, 119. It happened in your country, and the way that you didn't saw that, it turns on all around the world. I was laughing at death, bro. Well, yeah, because I don't watch TV. I don't watch the news. Like, the closest thing is if my parents had told me, and I didn't talk to my parents today. And, like, the only news that I'll ever get is if I'm watching Asman, and I haven't watched Asman in, like, 3 days because I've been working so much on the stream that I haven't actually had time to watch Asman. I mean, the closest was I had to take a shit earlier, so we put some Asman on talking about Doge moving too fast, making mistakes, and apparently Elon fired a whole bunch of people, and then he had to rehire them because no one knew how to do the fucking job. Which is like, oh shit, it happens. You want to be that guy who knows how to use the old system because they can't get rid of you. Okay, so this is CTE 467 is when he retires. His age, death, 143, which is 26? Or 424? One guy in the crash plane explained how it was. I'm guessing it like nosedived, and the wings like got thrown off, just like kind of what happened in like the movie. I would kind of like nosedive down, and then the wings sheared off of it, and then it probably just started to spin. And then it just... But it looked like it landed on like an ice field or something like that. Like something is frozen over. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, thank God no one was fucking hurt. Or no one was killed. People were hurt, but no one was killed. Like, that's pretty insane. Like you said, wind from the side getting under the wing and then kind of like destabilizing it. Miracle nobody died. No. People don't, like, people underestimate how safe planes actually are unless, like, you fucking hit a mountain. Or, like, there was this thing, I don't remember, it was a YouTube channel that I watched, but there's this thing where they introduced, like, this new technology, and they didn't train the pilots on it, and it was like a nose stabilizer, and what happened is the stabilizer had a glitch in it, where it would think that the plane wasn't stable, so it would try to stabilize the plane, and it would cause the plane to go into a straight nosedive and crash into the ground. And it killed, like, 200 people or something like that in, like, 6 different crashes. Until people figured out that it was the stabilizer setting on the autopilot that couldn't be overwritten by the pilots because they didn't know how to use the system because no one taught them about the new system. I think this was in, like, the 70s or 80s or something like that. Just, I mean, like, the interior build of the plane for shock absorption. Not necessarily, like, the belts and the seats themselves, but the way that the airplanes are designed now for shock absorption for when they hit the ground, if they ever hit the ground. It's like... It's like this kind of idea for, like, my mic. How it's got, like, the shock absorbing stuff on it, like that. That's kind of the idea behind the design, is that even, and that's why, like, that also minimizes tremors inside of the plane from, like, wind shear and stuff like that as well. But it's like, the technology for that is, like, very, very developed. So it's, like, actually just, like, landing and smashing into the ground. The structural integrity and the way that they're designed is definitely, like, not just the seats and airbags and shit like that. It's also a testament to the people that no one got out of their seat and panicked, because that's probably the way I'd think someone would die, is that, like, they panic and, like, take their belt off and, like, fly through the fucking plane or some shit. Either that or they're going to say no one died, but people have, like, serious critical injuries, and there could be a couple people that die in the hospital, like, the next day. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded like people were, like, injured, but not, like, critically injured. Um, 1939 is 24 years. So 24 and 67 is 491. Year 491. And age, father, death. Father died 416. And if he was 52, he'd be 68 when his dad dies. And then his concubine is Annie. And they have 18 children. 10 males, 8 females. Firstborn son, Emil. Born CTE 416, so 418. Age inaugurated 467. So we'd be 49, which is like perfect age. And that's in 467. I'm pretty sure that checks out. And then it's year. $468 to. It's like there's gonna be like 1 year off. Busy? Are you busy? Should be so much easier with a calculator, but I'm like, if I can't do fucking basic math, it's just because I'm really fucking high, okay? 468 to 523. That's 55 years? I hear you, bro. I'm just working at Alvet Formation School. Nice. Sounds better than my job. I'm a fucking cashier. Tell people of my grand stories and my great ideas. In my want to be soon book. All infectious virus on animals. That's pretty hard as fuck. Yeah, that sucks. It's actually one of my coworkers wanted to be a veterinarian, but she opted out because she realized she couldn't really take like the death concept. That, you know, you're probably going to lose more animals than you save. And it's like, then it's your job just to watch animals suffer and die. But it's like, you have to have she's only like 17. You have to have that mentality. Good thing she didn't go through 3 years of school and like $40,000 to realize, holy shit, I can't handle the emotional connection that I have with animals. And actually, to be honest, I have 6 evaluations late. I was so bad in school, man. I was so bad in school. It's like, and then I took an electrical ticket to do small spaces for electrical, but I have seizures, so I can't be left alone. So my ticket's fucking useless. Because I was going to do, like, building control panels and stuff like that. But, such is life. Yeah, I haven't been to school since 2016. 9 years, and that was I graduated in 2009. And I just took some time off to do film and writing, and then worked with a band for a bit, doing touring and stuff like that around Vancouver. guy I knew basically ran like the setup for nightclub. Yeah, you're saying you're turning 21. I'm turning 34 at the end of June. I'm getting up there, man. We're getting up there in age. Not as old as the Monarch, though. What is this? 55, right? 40 is 08. 50 is 18. 55. And this is... Don't remember because of my pills, benzos, all this shit who destruct my memory. Oh, it's like smoking, man. Smoking destroys your memory. I don't remember shit. Except my book. But maybe that's not the weed, maybe that's just my book taking up all my space, memory space. What is this age? We call this Age of Harmony. Because there's kind of a balance between the Beastmen. Like, this is before... Just thinking for, like, the timeline. So this would end, then it'd be another 50 or 60 years. So, like, 575 would be, like, the beginning of the next reign. And around 590, 595 is when the events of the first chapter happen. And then it's, like, 40 years later or something like that. And it's, like, nearing the end of the reign of the monarch, and that's why the viceroy is now switching. And it's like within about 5 or 10 years, then the monarch will be switching over. So there's kind of this like at odds with, because we still have to construct the monarch's line, or the viceroy's line after we do the monarch's line. But we'll have like a structure to go along. And we'll try to keep it within like 3 to 5 years. So that they're not both transitioning at the same time. It's kind of like an offset. To make sure that there's enough time for one of them to catch up and, you know, be able to do something. So maybe it should be more like 15 years. Like a 15 to 20 year gap. Which we could do as soon as the father dies. That's when the viceroy gets inaugurated in. And that would change the entire dynamic of the second chapter. Because that would mean that the monarch... No, because the monarch has... Yeah, and then the monarch will have killed his son, taken over his son's place. That totally works. So it's like the opposites. When the viceroy is being inaugurated, behind the scenes, the monarch's son is being killed, and the monarch is turning into him and becoming him. And vice versa. When the monarch is getting inaugurated, the viceroy is killing his son and becoming him. And that's why they have this like 20-year offset. I really like that idea. My doctor prescribed me this benzos, Valium, Xanax. I was on all benzos since 4 years maybe. I just take anti-seizure pills. Dilantin and I can't remember what the other one's called. Age of Harmony. Because of my heavy alcoholic past, depressed, suicide, debt, school. Lame, that sucks. Well, you're in a good place now, right? We're doing good, right? I feel you. High school was not the greatest for me either. I had film and shit, but yeah. None of that, but I had friends like that. It was pretty bad. Yeah, I understand. I'm an extremely emotional person, so I completely understand how it can be. It can be a bad time. Very, very, very bad time. Not good time. Bad time. We don't want bad time. Here we're good for good time. Bring on the good times.
Salutations, salvations, sunder salutes, such savants, sending sincere sounds, solving sorrows so sudden.
11 months sober. Yeah, man. Congratulations. That's fucking awesome. That's how it goes. Keep it up. I'm here for you, man. I believe in you. Let my stories touch your soul and expand your mind. If you really want, actually, you should check out the Seth material. I think you might actually get something out of it. It is a really good, like, idea for life. Like, living your own life, essentially. No weed, no friends, parents who do everything for me. My trust to God. It can put you in a bad place. Actually, I will no be here. What? You leaving, bro? Okay. I appreciate you stopping by, though. Always. Monarch is now Emiel. He is retirement age 49, 67, 468 is 55, so he'll be 105, which puts us at 523. Death age is 147. I accept life, choose to fight, and won after so many days of suffering, struggling, etc. Hell yeah, bro. I believe in that. The suffering, the pain. But you get over it, and you move on, right? Called character building. That is 523, 42, 65. Feel free now? Hell yeah, man. It's such a good feeling. You not be weighed down by like your past or anyone else. And just kind of feel free to like do what you need to do to live your life. Right? Age of father's death, which is 416. 491. How old is he in 491? 49. 80. So he's 69 in 87. He's 73? I think. 2023 was hell. Thank God. And now I do my purpose, working, doing my best for my future. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I lost like 10 years of my life due to fucking seizures and shit, so I feel the like catching up for lost time, you know? Like things you haven't been able to do for a long time. Now I'm almost 2 years. It's like I can't drive, and it's like I live in a small area with no one around, so it's like I can't do anything. You know, it's like I'm completely restricted in everything that I do. Move to a new area, don't have any friends here kind of thing. So it's like... But hey, we got our ideas in our brain, right? That's what it's all about. And Monster Hunter Wilds is coming out. Oh, because I have seizures. Not willing to say had yet. Nope. I crushed my foot in a mill accident. And I basically didn't take care of it properly, and it caused a lot of problems. And that led to, like, basically my body going to, like, overshock. And that's when I had my first seizure. No, I worked at a mill, on a stacker, on a hydraulic lift, and I crushed my foot. And ever since then I had seizures. Until like 2 years ago. In March. So like 3 weeks and it'll be 2 years. Monarch concubine is Elif. Write for me. As a French guy, you talk two speed. I don't understand. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, man.
I have seizures since I crushed my foot in a mill accident when I was 19. Thus I can't drive and I live in a small area middle nowhere, so not really anyone to help out.
Okay, I worked on a machine like this. So, like, that'd be the green chain, where people would be pulling the wood off of the green chain. And then it goes directly to my stacker. And my stacker is on a hydraulic lift. See how it drops them down? and then it's gonna lower down. See how it lowered down? Well, one of the sides wasn't like flush right, so I got inside and I took a piece of wood and I was trying to make it flush, and I hit the laser eye and it went down and it crushed my foot. So like when the hydraulic lift went down, my foot went and it went. But yeah, that's basically what I did after high school. Was I worked on a stacker at a mill on a green chain. Yeah, man. That would have been awesome to like, and then that inspired me to go into electrical, but then because of my seizures, I couldn't do that because I wanted to do control panels and like wiring and stuff like that to make my own like kind of stuff, like electronics and stuff like that, because I thought that'd be really cool. But alas, life is not always such as is we quite imagine it to be. But we live, we learn, we move on. Correct? Yeah, I got super lucky. I got super lucky that I did not lose my foot. But it's like if this is my foot, like right here is like basically like massive scar, and then I like can't really like, if this is like how my toes should normally move, this is how my toes move. And like I can't really feel my foot that much. But like I don't know if it would show up in the camera, but like, oh. Yeah, you can't really tell because of the angle I'd have to get at. But yeah, my toes don't really move that well. Whereas like this foot's like, you know, that's how your toes should fucking move. Well, that's what saved me, is having the steel toe boot. And actually what went into my foot was the steel toe boot, because it was on the lift like this, so it hit the top of the steel toe boot and bent the steel toe down onto the top of my foot and then tried to bend like that. So because it clasped like that, it didn't basically rip the bottom of my foot off. And the fact that it had a metal plate on the bottom. My shoe looked like this afterwards. And the metal was like bent on an angle like that and then down. So like if you like curled your foot kind of like that, you could like kind of get your foot in it, but like is fucked. But yeah, that's my story. I need a tote. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. But we have fun here, don't we, boys? Don't we? I hope we do. Because I certainly do. Levi, well, I am glad. Hell yeah, dude. Keep the good times rolling, right? I mean, we're not going to do the Viceroy's line today because that would take the entire stream. But we still need to, like, kind of do these parts of government and, like, assortedness. But we're not going to get to that today. Remember an old friend cut 4mm on his thumb with a sigh. I don't know how long. I have this scar. I don't know if you can see it. God, angle is so bad to be able to, like, do this. Yeah, this is garlic right across there from hook knife, from electrical, from skinning wires off. I just had my hand at the wrong angle. Fucking stupid mistake. Okay, concubine, and they have 11 children. 7 males, 4 females. Their first born son is Homer. I don't mind that one. That one's not too bad. That's so dangerous. I remember our wood teacher explained all the accidents they had. I had a teacher who had 4 fingers. It was scary. Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet. Oh wait, no. This is born. What year is he born? CTE 467. 473. Age of inauguration. Do you have a social life, friends, a girlfriend? No, my social life is my coworkers, my parents, my brother, my sister, her husband, my niece and nephew. And then like my online like Final Fantasy 11 friends, like Zybe, King, Altanard, Casper, and then like my like RuneScape friends, like Peach. And then there's like my real life friends that live back in BC. That actually my friend's birthday is coming up on the 21st. But yeah, no, I'm usually I'm just a loner, man. I just like to sit in my room and think and read and watch and enjoy and love. Love me some RuneScape. Hell yeah, dude. Some old school RuneScape. That's what we were doing before Path of Exile 2 came out. And then Path of Exile 2 came out. We were doing Path of Exile 2. And now Monster Hunter Wilds is coming out. Parents, friends, and accept yourself is the key to happiness. Well, like I say, if you can live with eternity inside of your own mind and just you, then that's heaven. And if you can't, that's hell. And I think that's the most basic way to think about how to live your life. Age of inauguration. He is inaugurated in the year 524. Which puts him at 77. Or sorry, 27. 30. 51? He'd be 51 in 524. This 75 and 24. I feel like he's supposed to be 49. I don't think that math's out right. 73 plus 2, that's 27. Oh, that's 51. You're a good person, and I already know that, even though we didn't see each other in real life? Yeah, I agree. You don't really need to see someone in real life to, like, understand them, right? I mean, I think especially as someone like me, who's, like, an eccentric, out-of-the-box writer, who just talks about random freaking stuff. And my book. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know, you should see the way my my dad talks about like quantum mechanics and stuff like that. Like, it's just fascinating. I absolutely love it. And I'm like, man, apparently that's how I talk too. I love it. Like, people have always said that I'm really, like, for instance, like, one of the best compliments when I started streaming was I was playing Final Fantasy 11 and I was playing Bard, and another Bard came in and he's like, man, you're like really good at explaining how to play Bard. And the idea of like if I bring up well, we gotta go way back down here. We gotta go way back down here. Holy crap, we gotta go way back down here. I think this is me playing Bard. No, I'm playing Dark Knight. It's here somewhere. Oh, here's a good one. No, I think I'm just watching Asmon in the background. But I'm like, you got to keep up your rotation. Make sure that you're sleeping, and then you do 2 songs. Go grab another mob. Make sure you always have 1 mob sleeping, and 1 mob on being attacked, and then 1 mob ready to pull. And then you can easily get insane chains. But it doesn't look like we're getting great chains here, probably because we're a little bit under-leveled for this area. Or maybe the fact we ran out of monsters, but now it seems to be nighttime, so we have bats to work with. So I swear we'd be good friends if we can meet. Yeah, man. I'm like pretty like get along with anyone kind of thing. Like, I just always find something that we can just agree on and get along with. And you sing your songs, make sure your mages are buffed. But yeah, man, we did a lot of Final Fantasy 11 originally. Playing Bard it's pretty boring if you're not actually playing it, but it's one of the most interactive classes because you have to be at least if you're good, and you're not the double Bard on the second Bard just doing like not pulling, essentially. But pulling as a Bard is like a 3-step process. Pull, sleep, sing, sleep, pull, sleep, sing, sleep, pull, sleep, sing, sleep, pull, sleep, sing, sleep. Get your rotation down so you're getting the mobs as soon as they pop. Maximum amount of chains, maximum XP. And then if you have a ranger or some sort of off thing in your party where you have to do like an alternative song, that's where things really get interesting. Especially for a ranger if you want to use prelude. There's so many points of we agree. Yep. It's a lot easier. People don't think about this, but it's a lot easier to find something you agree on than something you don't agree on. I'm like, do you like fruit? I like fruit. You like bread? I like bread. You like video games? I like video games. Do you like reading and ideas? I like reading and ideas. Do you like anime? I love anime. Boom, there you go. You just made like 12 friends. Not much of a bread guy, honestly. Well, there you go. Now of all of those, I found that you're not a bread guy. Now I know. I'm a huge butter chicken connoisseur, so like naan bread, that's my shit, man. And like just like tacos, like burritos, and like that kind of shit. Who you tell bread guy? I don't know. We had a story yesterday about a philosopher trying to buy bread with his ideas, and he wound up giving the idea to the guy and not, getting the bread, and wound up dying. Fuck France. Fuck Canada. Bring on the 51st state already, Trump. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Canada's pretty bad, man. I voted for Trudeau and he legalized weed, but that's pretty much the only thing that he fucking did that was good. No, I actually would not mind. Our government probably deserves to be dismantled at this fucking point. Like, Trudeau is just sailing off into the fucking sunset after he fucked everyone. It's like, at least with Trump, it'll be like he knows he's a guy with a plan. He's got a plan. Give the guy the go. I mean, fuck it. 10 years of selling weed, pedos, got nothing. That's kind of like some issues that's also been in Canada as well. That's why the legalization of weed through Trudeau was like, New Zealand would do all right as a U.S. state. Yeah, like, we get New Zealand, so Canada's the 51st because we're the closest. Fuck you guys, we get to be the 51st. Greenland can be the 52nd. New Zealand can be the 53rd. Cuba can be the 54th. And Panama can be the 56th. Hell, let's go for 4 more. Let's get Finland, Switzerland, 51 to 56. That's very true. Canada is fucking huge. So maybe the provinces should be like their own states. So yeah. So we take up all the numbers. So screw that. We're 51 to, let's say we've got 1, 2, 3. I think there's 11. So we could do like 8. Like we just go top to bottom 8. So like BC takes up most of like Northwest Territory and stuff like that. Guys are like, wow, Paris, so romantic. I love Paris. Well, I remember this in high school. I always, in grade 8, which was the only year I took French, because grade 9 you could take Japanese, and I took Japanese. But teacher asked, why do people sit under the Eiffel Tower in France, or in Paris? And I was like, sitting there thinking to myself, so they don't have to look at the fucking Eiffel Tower. It's the only place in Paris where you can't see the Eiffel Tower is underneath the Eiffel Tower. And I just kind of sat in the back of the room and laughed as no one had any idea. And the teacher was like, yeah, because you can't see the Eiffel Tower. And I was like, I fucking knew it. Yep. Easy. Easiest fucking win of my life. So its inauguration age is 51, which is 524. Next year is CTE 524 to how many years? Let's say 570, 583. So that's 59 years, right? Because it'd be 60 if it was 84. So he reigns for 59 years. And this is Age of Unrest. And this is where, like, all these conspiracy theories and everything are starting to come, because before it was like, so it kind of goes like, you've got the normal reigns, and then when the Adventurers Revolution comes, and the Adventurers Guild starts, that creates an industrial age through the economy created by the adventurers and the need for like crafting weapons and armor and materials and stuff like that. So they gain the crafting guild and everything, and then from there it's like there's a harmony between the tree and adventurers, because everyone's lapping up this new lavish lifestyle of having antiques that are outside of the tree, essentially. And then the Age of Unrest comes whence, like, the information that the adventurers have been gathering about the beastmen on the outside of the world is starting to trickle into the tree. And it's starting to have conspiracy theories about the past, because there's no past. And it's like, why is there no history? Why is the government, like, not taking track of these certain things, like events that have happened. Why can't we go back and look and see what events happened? And it's mainly because, like, really nothing has happened inside of the tree, honestly. But for outside the tree, there's an entire rich history building the foundation, and it's kind of upsetting people that haven't left the tree. And it's like, you know, people feel like left out, people feel like they're not being, their wishes aren't really being taken into account, when it's like they don't really want this type of beastman culture to be brought into the tree, and that starts to create fanatics. And this is where everything starts to, like, unravel on a social structure, from being harmonious to being divided. And this is why, in the second chapter, why the riot is, like, so important, why the revealing of the beastmen. And it's like all the conspiracy theories are, like, being proven true, essentially, because the government is doing things in the way that they're doing them. It's like you're proving their point by going along with it, kind of idea. And then when the Beastman War actually starts, everyone's like, okay, no, we're totally sold on the fact that this has been a fucking black flag set up from the fucking beginning. We don't trust the monarchy anymore and all this shit. Or, sorry, they don't trust the adventurers anymore, because they think they're working hand in hand with the Beastmen trying to infiltrate the tree. And they've, like, turned certain politicians to their side and shit like that. Certain leaders to their side. And then comes, like, the Exodus, kind of. And that's happening at the very beginning of this age. So I was gonna do one more age, but I think this is the age. And we're in the year, like, 500 and... if it's 20 years... 39? So it'd be the year 563? Or we could do one more age. And this is just, like, the slow trickle of the information, and it's, like, building over time. I don't know. What do you think? One more age, or is 560? I think that's just too close, because when was the Adventurers Guild established? 320. So the Adventurers, like, established by 400, essentially. So, like, 375. That's not even 200 years. Does that work as it being not even 200 years? It would be the third age after the creation of the Adventurers Guild, which would be like a reign. The monarch is Tomer. Yeah, I think we're going to do one more, just to make it 250 years. So his retirement age is 51 and 59 is 110. Which is 583. Death age 132. He died young. Which would be 22. 605. Age, father, death. 565. Which would put him as 92? Which gives 18 years. Because when the age that the father dies is the year that the viceroy is inaugurated. And then the monarch kills his son and becomes his son. And then he can have kids. Inara. And they have 14 children. 8 males, 6 females. Firstborn son. Now this is the current monarch. Raw. Born CTE. $529. Age of inauguration. $584. 55. And the year is CTE 584. Present, which is 634. We can actually, we're just gonna follow the same trend and pretend that it just carries on into the future, and then we'll just snip it wherever we feel the age is appropriate, where, because we need to set it up to make sure that it aligns perfectly with everything that we set up before for his age of the viceroy being inaugurated, because that needs to be the year. So it needs to be that the monarch just died. And maybe that's another point that Husai is thinking, that maybe now that the monarch died, whoever was holding this comm sphere could now release it to him and show it to him, because the monarch's dead now. And maybe the monarch was hiding something, even though the monarch was the one who gave it to him. But he doesn't know that. Just thinking. So, to like 654. And that's 70 years. This is the age of downfall. Monarch is raw. Retirement. Age is 125. Death age. I'm just thinking as having another thought here that they find a script of this that I'm writing in a book, but it like goes on, and it goes on for like another like 3,000 years. And when they find this, they're like, wait, what the fuck is this? And maybe that's like one of the triggering things in the literature that they find in the second book to kind of piece together like what the fuck the monarch was actually doing and how old the monarch actually is. And it's just like he had planned all these things out, and literally like the dates for him to fake his death and everything like that. Like it's all been planned ahead of time and written down, essentially. But that was all left in the dome before he pulled the moon out of the sky. Because he had this whole grand plan to pull the moon out of the sky, create the crystal tree, use that as the infrastructure to start off, and then spread rest of life from there and wipe out the beastmen from that. Because he knew that fighting with the dragons would just cause the world to be asunder, and it's not going to accomplish his goal of spreading life everywhere. Mm. 149. I'll place it. 25 is 24 is 8, 6, 78. Age, father, death. 605. 605, he is 79, 81 in 605, right? No, I'm wrong. It's 70. He's 77. He's 77, guys. I think that's as far as we need to go. And he has, let's say, at this point, 13 children. 5 males. 7 females. No, he doesn't have any children. Because we're starting off here. Good luck on your maths homework. I've got a work meeting tomorrow morning, so I'll be off now. That's 12. Well, thank you for hanging out, Levi. Oh, you're right. Good thing I'm not using them. Because he doesn't have any children, because he can't have children yet. Until the monarch dies. Now the monarch's dead. Now he can have children. So this brings a whole new interesting into it. But thank you for that. I knew there was something wrong, but I couldn't quite piece it together. I'm glad you did. Okay, so we have all of this set up, which would mean that when does Tomer die? The year 605. So that means the year current present time equals CTE 605 or 606. It's the year after the monarch dies, the next viceroy is inaugurated. So the viceroy died in 605, or the monarch died in 605. So 606 is the year that the viceroy is inaugurated. Boom. We have our present day. And that's how you get the maths down to figure out what the actual fucking timeline is. It is year 606 of the Crystal Tree era. Boom. Okay, we did that. That's done. We're good to go. Now we can move on to the next part, which is speedrun story. So, let's bring up a second here. So take this. Add a bunch more of these in. Okay. Do you guys want to have any influence on what the story we write today is? Or are we just gonna go with randomness? Doesn't really matter to me. I can come up with ideas on the fucking spot, no problem. Charging into battle. The location is Scottish Highlands. Time period is 1298. Characters are knight on. It's just a knight. On the battlefield, a knight attempts to survive days long battle. Intro. And wearing bloody stained chain mail with a full hell of darkened plating. He's lost his sword and is grappling with an enemy. Man manages to strangle his enemy to death after removing his helmet. He then reaches for his sword and takes it. Now, with a weapon, he presses onwards with his men and advancing towards the enemy encampment. The enemy is retreating as the man leads his people to retreating as the man follows the flow, bloodshed and battlefield until it engulfs the camp. Right after but he gives up and enjoys his drink instead. Alright, that's the premise, and we will begin writing as soon as we take a toke. I need more water. I need more water. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get into it. Here we go. Valium boy, welcome back, my boy. Welcome back? Don't you mean you're back? You left, right? Oh, well, man, we've been going so long, this actually ended. Damn, I didn't even notice that. I wasn't even paying attention. So what do I do? And I think I'm just going to end it with that. There's our speed run story. $503 words. Hey, it's more than 500 words. That's actually not that bad at all. Write a 500-word story about... $501. All right, so we have 2 stories. Okay, so here's my story. The sun was breaking over the mountains and spilling across the great plain. The sound of drums and trumpets sounded for the men to ready their lines. Aldrich fell in line with the rest of the men as he almost stumbled to keep up. The darkened metal helm upon his head covered his young face. He was tall for his age, so he thought with a full helm no one would be able to tell. The bronze sword at his hip, the iron dagger in his boot, he thought would be all the might he needed. He was young, athletic, strong, and quite a bit bigger than most boys for his age. He had trained day and night with his sword for this moment. He was not going to let it be taken from him. The creaking of large oaks rose above the concoction of noises from the camp as the men on horses rode out of the gate first. Heavy breathing and strain to hold up his sword had become known to him all too quick. Fighting against nothing was not the same as fighting against another's steel. His muscles ached and cramped, his heart beat in his ears like an endless howl, the tides crashing against the rocks. He gasped as his fingers failed him and the sword fell from his hands. He had but one chance now. He jumped upon the man in front of him, tearing under his helm to remove it. He pressed his hands against the man's throat, blood searing into his vision as he bellowed curses at his foe. Aldrich removed his hands from the limp body and searched for his sword. It was nowhere to be seen. He swiftly reached out for another body lay at his side. His sword in hand, Aldrich took it for his own. Now with weapon in hand, he pressed once again to the front lines. The enemy had been pushed back by the cavalry, and the last rain of arrows from the archers halted them enough to be surrounded. The battle was thickest in the middle. Aldrich was past thought. At this point, he had only one purpose. The blood in his sword stained the dry grass as he charged with his brethren. Its ferocity and tact to never overextend had him receiving pats and nods from the other knights. This unbannered new recruit earning such respect on his first day. Aldrich was not of that mind, though. The exhaustion had taken him to the edge of thought. He was a listless spirit dancing among these foul creatures, who he sought to slay with vigor and devotion. His blade clashed against others, wringing his hands, but this time he held fast to his sword. He pressed onward as the corpses gathered at their feet. The sight of the enemy camp was now on the horizon. Long had the day been without rest and full of near misses. Aldrich could barely stand. He was leaning on his blade to steady himself. while he leaned over another dispatched foe. He was falling further behind the back line as he rested. He had done all he could to this point. The battle was won. He wanted to go on and be at the forefront of the glory as the camp was overrun. His legs would not move, however, so he simply stood and stared at the men running past him. They seemed to recognize him for some reason, nodding and mumbling a greeting under their breath. I felt satisfied. Oh, I don't know why I switched up there. Yeah, okay, I don't know why I switched tents all of a sudden. What the fuck? That's how you know I went off the rails. It's when I immediately switched back to first person. Fuck. They seemed to recognize him for some reason, nodding, mumbling, and greeting under their breath. He felt satisfied as he looked towards the sky. The sun almost darkened by the mountains, but the surrounding sky ablaze in fire. After he had rested for several hours, he walked into the now conquered camp where our men were feasting and drinking. He received much praise as he entered, and before he knew it, someone had removed his helm and shoved an ale in his hand. "Drink up, hero, you fought well. No one will doubt your courage, newcomer." Aldrich was shocked that even seeing how young he was and his race, they were still in the mood to cheer him on. A smile crept across his face as he took a swig. "Shall no man drop his sword but to find another?" He raised his glass. "To the swords of our dead." Okay, that was mine. This one's the AI one. In the rugged Scottish Highlands of 1298, the air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the cries of fallen warriors. Sir Alaric, clad in blood-streaked chainmail and a full helm of darkened metal plating, stumbled through the chaos of a days-long battle. His sword was lost, wrenched from his grip in the frenzy, and now he grappled desperately with a towering enemy. Their breaths rasping through the slits of their helms, the ground beneath them was a mire of mud and gore, the wind howling like the ghosts of the fallen. With a surge of strength born from desperation, Alaric tore at his foe's helmet, the metal screeching as it gave way. He pinned the man to the earth, his gauntleted hands clamped around the exposed throat. The enemy thrashed, but Alaric's resolve was iron. With a final guttural curse, he squeezed until the life faded from his opponent's eyes. Panting, he staggered to his feet, scanning the carnage for his sword, but it was gone, swallowed by the battlefield's maw. But nearby, another fallen knight lay still, his blade still clutched in the death's grip. Alaric seized it, the weight familiar yet heavy with new purpose. Now armed, he rejoined the charge. His men, a tide of steel and fury, pressed towards the enemy encampment. The Scottish Highlands loomed around them, their misty peaks silent witness to the slaughter. Arrows whistled overhead, and the clash of steel rang like a macabre symphony. Alaric's muscles burned, his vision blurred with sweat and blood, but he pushed forward, his heart pounding a relentless rhythm. The enemy lines wavered, then broke under the relentless assault of his comrades. The cavalry thundered past, their hooves churning the earth, and the archer's final volley pinned the retreating foe in a deadly embrace. The flow of bloodshed led them inexorably to the enemy's camp, its banners now trampled underfoot. Alaric followed, his sword slick with red, the ground a tapestry of fallen warriors. The camp loomed ahead, its defenses shattered, and his men surged through, their yells echoing off the stony hills. Exhaustion threatened to claim him, but the sight of victory spurred him on. He struck... Fuck. I hate it when I do that. Where the fuck did it go? How far did I scroll down? Banners trampled under their foot, slight victory spurred him on. He struck down another foe, then another, until the last resistance crumbled. As dusk fell, the battle won. Alaric staggered into the conquered camp. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meat and spilled ale. His men feasted, their laughter a stark contrast to the day's horrors. But hunger gnawed at him, and when another knight challenged him for a share of the food, Alaric's hand instinctively went to his sword. Yet, seeing the man's weary grin, he relented. What was one more fight? Instead, he accepted a tankard of ale, its bitter warmth spreading through him. Raising it high, he toasted the fallen, their swords now silent but never forgotten, and drank deeply under the starlit sky of the Highlands. I'm gonna say his is actually better than mine. But what do you think? I don't know. It's like not much, but it's definitely slightly. But that's what you get from a speed run. It's not in-depth or thought out in any way. It's just thrown out on paper just to have a story. But now that we've done that, what's next is Reddit stories. So... I think these are fine. Okay, I guess we're going to start with this one. The heat death of the universe, the inevitable fate of our reality. A reality where life can no longer exist, but if the reality can't go on, maybe another can. So began Project Migrant, an attempt to move the remaining human population to a reality that can still sustain life. That was the plan anyway. I was selected as a scout to these new realities, but what I found was each one was worse than the last. Today, my journey brought to an ancient Earth. Traces of humanity still remain, scattered and nomadic. The closer I looked, the worse the situation was made apparent. I made contact with a survivor, and the story they told was one of unimaginable horror. A life without death, yet death was all they knew. One day the sky turned black as coal, the waters dried, animals decayed in moments, their bones turned to ash, plants died and withered. People soon expected to starve or die of thirst, but it was not to be. Despite their lack of sustenance, death would not take them. Soon after, cannibalism was a common practice, but was short-lived, as even the digesting victims could not die. And those that consumed their fellows were treated to a much worse fate, tormented forever by the screams of those they swallowed. That's fucking insane imagery. I fucking love it. That's amazing. Humanity, daring not to suffer these fates, took to isolating themselves, always traveling the world, hoping to find either a means to live or a means to die. Neither have been found. The man I spoke to told me, "Wander the desert long enough and you'll begin to see spirits." He left soon after, the growling of his stomach becoming louder and the look in his eyes that of a wolf staring down a sheep. I, too, left in a hurry to see these spirits for myself. It took 3 days to find the spirit he spoke of, but the words the specter whispered turned my blood to ice. Gifts not of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, but of blades, poison, and chains. The spirit looked to me, tears in his eyes. He took to the wasteland around him, before crying out, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," a cry that was gone unanswered. They say a spirit lingers when they have something they must still do. A spirit trying to save people who could not be saved, choosing to wander, hoping to do the impossible, will linger forever. I can linger here no longer. As I made my way back to my ship, I took one last look at the world abandoned by death and noticed myself crying. I shut the door, made my way to the cabin, and picked up a Bible. I had not read it in a long time, but that spirit compelled me to. The verse I opened to would ring throughout the ship. Book of John, chapter 14, verse 6. I am the way, and the truth, and the life. None come to the Father except through me. Having read that verse, I closed the book and took it with me to the cockpit, making course for the next reality. If we are to find a new home for reality, may God bless our journey there. Interesting. I like it. Very to the point, on the nose. I need a toke before we do this one, though. These ones are a little bit longer. The rain, you only seem to experience in the north of England. The rain had turned canal streets, pavements to a shimmering funhouse mirror. Fractured neon signs were bleeding pink and green across the pavement. Mackenzie could see their own reflection in the watery colors. A pair of platform boots splashed through a puddle near a curb. Their owner, a person wrapped in what looked like a vinyl shower curtain, stitched to their body with safety pins, walking hand in hand with a bearded man in a squinted tube top. Told you Cherry Coke is basic as fuck. She's the twat dressed like Tom of Finland's awkward nephew. Cackled laughs hissed in the rain. Music pulsed from doorways. Competing bass lines from the Eagle and Via vibrating the damp air until it felt as if the whole street was breathing, dancing. Mackenzie lowered at the edge of the collar, flipped up against the drizzle, fingers cramped into pockets of their Affleck jeans. Mackenzie had expected the glitter of the platform boots. They hadn't expected the sour tang of piss cutting through the fried offerings from the chicken shop, or the way a stray shopping trolley was rustling outside a boutique sex shop. It all seemed weirdly poetic. A drag queen in a previously unearthed green-blue smoke from a pink vape in Mackenzie's direction. It smelled of gummy bears and tar withdrawal. Her eyelashes were sharp enough to stab someone. You lost, love? Nope. Did that come out too quickly? She smirked, tapping her vape like she expected ash to drop to the pavement. First time's always free. Mackenzie looked up and was met with a flickering pink sign that read, The Black Lightning. The once famous bar looked like a Victorian brothel that had collided with cyberpunk. It was wedged between a karaoke bar, which seemed too straight, and the faded glamour of a hotel, its peeling paint blistering with gig posters that looked like they were from the future, a future decade. You coming in then, love? The drag queen said. Or are you looking for a place to piss? We charge if you use the alley. 3 quip. 5 if you want toilet paper. Mackenzie pushed inside before overthinking became an issue. The cloakroom was a smelly, cuppy hole with a curtain made of metal-looking rainbow Mardi Gras beads. Beyond that, the main room hit like a brick covered kindly in velvet, although how kind a brick was whatever the material it was shrouded in was anyone's guess. Red lamps glowed and illuminated a stage that was framed with moth-eaten brocade curtains. People were clustered around mismatched tables. A gaggle of skinny boys in mesh tops were engaged in a heated debate whilst glasses of half-drunk Jager bombs littered their table. An older man in a leather harness looked ready to arm wrestle you just for fun. The archways were a chaos of Sharpie graffiti and yellowed Polaroids, sticky from decades of spilled gin. A disco ball spun lazily above the dance floor, scattering light like broken glass. What'll it be? The bartender has a shaved head with a septum ring dangling with a key attached. A fucking key. Her voice had a rasp that suggested a pack of cigarettes a day, or 2 illegal vapes. Beer? She snorted. This ain't a spoons. Try again. Kenzie's cheeks burned. Something sweet? Right answer. She slammed a jar full of a glowing orange liquid in front of Mackenzie. How special. Call it regret. With a cautious sip, Mackenzie agreed it tasted on regret. Defrosted ice pops and battery acid. Definitely regret. That's 11 pounds, the bartender said. Mackenzie knew why it was called regret. A crash slapped around the place. It came from the corner. It was the leather harness-clad man. He was holding a pool cue. His opponent's arm was pinned against the wall. Drink, he implored. Mackenzie knew this wasn't a fight in the traditional sense. This was someone reneging on some sort of deal. Shot glass appeared as if from thin air. Losers drink, so drink. Fuck off, Steven, you cheated. Cheating's a skill. Drink. The crowd was a weird collage. Octogenarians in moth-eaten gear grinding against non-binary freshers who were dripping in silver chains. Mackenzie spotted, not that they were easily missed, a person in a full LED light suit stumbling towards a fire exit. Mackenzie's phone buzzed in his pocket. Mom, again. They silenced it, watching a drag queen in a bin bag ball gown heckle a banker-looking twink at the pool table. He thinks capitalism is a personality, my loves, she drawled, confiscating the guy's drink of regret. Somebody revoke his straight card. A hand grabbed Mackenzie's elbow. You're blocking the shrine, Angel. Mackenzie turned to find a skeletal figure in a neon corset, her face obscured by a cloud of synthetic dreadlocks. Behind them, a wall glowed with tea lights and Polaroids. Sweetie Club Kids, drag legends mid-lip sync. A black and white shot of 2 women kissing under a Section 28 protest banner. New blood? Corset person plucked a candle, lighting it off Mackenzie's still smoldering cigarette. Pro tip, vodka here's just rubbing alcohol with delusions of grandeur. Mackenzie edged towards the stage, jar clutched like a lifeline. Their shoes, a new purchase, stuck to the floor with every step. A figure in fishnets and a tartan kilt brushed past, muttering uncertainty into the headset. Jojo's running late again. Yeah, I know, yeah. Can you tell Dan to check the fire exit? If she's smoking again, I'm going to have to spank her. The tartan kilted man continued. Yeah, Danny's here again. Looks even worse than last time. No, he isn't barred. No, Jojo wouldn't want that. Mackenzie followed the tartan man's eyes. In the corner, a skinhead in a leather jacket was nursing a pint. He clearly didn't go in for the regret battery acid concoction. He had stood his ground and received beer. Outrageous. His eyes seemed to track the stage with the intensity of someone reporting from a war zone. From a distance, Mackenzie could just about see his knuckles. They looked split, scabby, contrasted sharply with the rhinestone silhouettes kicking near his head as a queen sauntered past. Mackenzie had made their way back to the bar. Gin and tonic, no regret. Wasn't a fan then. I don't want to give out criticisms. Who's that guy? Mackenzie pointed to the man, presumed to be Danny. That's Danny. The bartender slammed the gin down with all the love of a broken promise. Comes every Tuesday like clockwork, buys drinks, stays till last call, never tips, never really speaks except to Jojo. Another mention of Jojo. Mythical and mystical at this point, the bartender leaned in, drawing Mackenzie into the conspiracy. Rumor has it that he knocked up a girl in 2019, paid for the abortion, and then joined the fucking army. Mackenzie could see it. Mackenzie turned to Danny, who was worrying a chip in his pint glass. His gaze never left the stage. Even a queen in a reform party wig tripped over her own platform boots. There was a hunger in that, a look, a desire, but the kind that comes from staring too long at supermarket meat counters when your benefits get delayed. The air tasted funny. There had been a shift, but Mackenzie couldn't identify it. The bass from the speakers made their molars shake. A drag king in a Zorro cape leaped onto the stage, twirling a microphone in their hand. "Evening, you unhinged sinners," she growled, and the crowd whooped. "Who's ready to fuck up an absolute classic?" The crowd roared. A stuffed bra whizzed to the stage. Zorro-esque caught it, lifted to her face, took a long theatrical sniff. Eau de desperation, and another stiff tequila. They inspected the label with their eyebrows arching. A34B. "Darling, I haven't been this tiny since puberty, but we don't shame here, only celebrate." With a smirk, they tucked it into their shirt, saving it for later. "Now, scream like your ex just soft-launched their new partner on Instagram." The crowd erupted. Mackenzie, meanwhile, leaned against a pillar, self-consciously shrouding themselves. Their pulse was gaining momentum, and it was pounding in their throat. They'd imagined this, the freedom, the relief, the slight chaos and faded glory, but now they were here. It felt like slamming a metal door on a bruise, painful, tender, beautiful, alive. A woman in a PVC corset, red as arterial blood, stumbled and shoved Mackenzie's slender shoulder. Her eyeliner smeared and made her look like a raccoon. Perhaps it was current chick. "Sorry, babe," she splurred, patting Mackenzie's arm with one hand after missing with the other. "You're fucking glowing, by the way." "Am I?" "Nah, I could just see myself in your eyes. You look like you're having a crisis that's leaning existential." She hiccuped, burped, and then vanished into the crowd. Near the fire exit, the guy in the denim jacket, whose size is too small, was lingering. His eyes darted between the stage and the back hallway. Early 30s, maybe, and with hands that looked like they had never seen a day's work. He kept running a hand through his hair, black with tinges of salt and pepper, and wholly resisting order. The fire door swung open. The man visibly stiffened. "If you're standing there with your dick in your hand about to lecture me about punctuality," drawled a voice from the shadows, "save it. I was preparing to make history." The man rolled his eyes. "You're too busy trying to score on Grindr. Get much interest in worn-out fishwives, Jojo?" "I was community building and networking. It's not my fault you don't know how to sell damaged goods." A hand emerged first, nails chipped black, fingers adorned with skull rings, then the rest of her 6 feet of contradictions and stilettos and a bomber jacket spray, painted with "You had me at bored." Mackenzie didn't know Jojo, but from the first sight, a few things Mackenzie could be sure of. Jojo didn't enter rooms. She dissolved into them. Ink into water. War zones had seen more peace than her makeup. Glitter collided with eyeliner, exploding into a bomb, lips smudged and looking like a fresh wound. She watched, catching Mackenzie's stare, and gave a wink. Mackenzie looked down, suddenly fascinated by their drink. The man in denim spoke whilst handing Jojo a flask. "Stop terrorizing the straights, Jojo." "Darling, if they're here, they're not straight." She knocked back a swig, throat bobbing. Just temporarily confused, Jojo rushed away. The lights dimmed, a bassline thudded, conversations were cut short mid-syllable. Even the drunk snogging was paused. Something was coming. Spotlights flared white-hot, a cannon fired. A single speck of confetti ejaculated onwards. Jojo stood center stage. She'd performed a quick change. Her boots now looked like they were made from repurposed exhaust pipes, fishnets ripped up in near clinical precision over thighs that looked like they cracked walnuts on a Sunday, just for fun. Not bad. Very good imagery. Not quite sure what trying to tell there, but okay. And this is the last one. And then we will play Monster Hunter. The hallway lights flickered erratically as the school's backup generator struggled to maintain their illumination. Low groans echoed through Mr. Dig E. Camo's classroom, accompanied by faint cries emanating from the cabinet. Cressida June clutched her younger brother, Percy, her hand firmly pressed over his mouth as his tears streamed down his face. The groans gradually faded, replaced by the sound of shuffling footsteps moving away from the room. With a flashlight in hand, Cressida cast its beam down toward Percy. His dark brown hair caught the light, and he looked up at her, his green eyes brimming with tears. Cressida, a senior, and Percy, a freshman, were 4 years apart. She knew it was her responsibility to protect him, and she was determined to do whatever it took to keep her family safe. Cressida took a deep breath, trying to gather her courage before making her next move. "I'm going to check outside," she began to whisper, but Percy quickly shook his head, silently begging her not to. Letting out a frustrated sigh, she pinched the bridge of her nose and looked at him. His wide, fearful eyes stared back at her. "If we stay in this cabinet, we're going to die in here," she whispered, this time even quieter. She knew they had to move. Carefully, she took out her phone and slipped the camera through a small crack on the cabinet door. Both of them held their breath, waiting to see what was on the screen. The view wasn't great, but the room was silent, and nothing seemed to be there. Slowly, she reached into her backpack and pulled out a pencil, gripping it tightly before pushing the cabinet door open. Her heart pounded as she climbed onto the countertop, scanning the room. Everything looked still. Taking a deep breath, she motioned for Percy to follow. As she carefully stepped down onto the floor, she braced herself, knowing they had little time to act. Cressida ran over to the door, pushing it shut and locking it. Percy frantically pushed the bookshelf over towards the door. "We should escape through the windows and try to find something to use as a weapon," Percy said, his body shaking with fear. Cressida nodded and began looking through the drawers of the desk. Luck had struck upon them, and Cressida found 2 pairs of scissors and an emergency kit. She quickly stuffed them in her book bag. Mr. Camo had always been prepared for emergencies. A violent buzz from Cressida's back pocket stopped her in her tracks. She grabbed her phone out, hoping it had been their mother. Percy received the same buzz momentarily. Their screens lit brightly, reading across the message an Amber Alert. Mycoglomeria spreading fast throughout Phoenix. Shelter available at Novagen Bioscience Institute. They looked over at each other, the same thought running through their heads. "Mom could be there," they both said in unison. Cressida's stress had intensified, and a million thoughts were running through her head. If her mom was there, and they were providing shelter, she had to have known about this prior. Cressida and Percy had been trapped in the school for 2 days, wondering if their mom was safe. Now they finally had a clue where she might be. 48 hours earlier, Octavia sat in her car, gripping the steering wheel as she took a deep breath. She knew it was coming. Today was the day. Gathering the folders from her passenger seat as well as a large duffel bag, she exhaled slowly before stepping out and heading towards the building. As she pushed through the front doors, she moved through her usual routine, scanning her badge at the checkpoint and exchanging a few words with Mike, the security guard. The atmosphere in the facility was tense. Everyone was on edge, making final preparations in the bunker below. "Where are the kids?" "I thought it was bring your kids to work day," Mike teased, flashing a knowing grin. Octavia let out a huff, shaking her head. "They're at school. I couldn't pull them out of class," she said, raising her hands in an exasperated shrug. She had tried to convince them to come with her, but when she brought up the idea of a family trip at breakfast the day before, Cressida and Percy had just rolled their eyes at her. Now, as she made her way down the narrow hallway toward her office, she felt the weight of their absence pressing down on her. Flipping the light switch, she watched as the cold, fluorescent glow filled the small room. She set her papers down and reached for a framed photo on her desk. Tracing her fingers over the image of her 2 children, a lump formed in her throat. She had a feeling she wouldn't see them again. With a steadying breath, she placed the frame in her duffel bag along with the other personal items. She turned and headed for the elevator. As she stepped inside, she exhaled sharply, pressing the button on floor B. The door slid shut and she sagged into the corner, bracing herself for what was to come. As Percy and Cressida sprinted through the dense woods, every step was careful, every movement precise. They couldn't afford to trip or fall. Their senses were sharp, their grip tight around the broken pair of scissors each of them held. Cressida trailed just behind Percy, her eyes flickering between the map on her phone and the terrain ahead. "Left!" she called, barely pausing for breath. He obeyed without question, weaving through the trees as she guided their path. The heat bore down on them, the late September sun relentless, sweat dripping down their faces, but that didn't stop them. They couldn't. They were so close to the coordinates from the Amber Alert. Cressida's head pounded. Fear coiled tight in her chest. Something felt wrong. Her breath hitched as an eerie sensation crept over her. Her senses sharpening, instinct screaming. Without hesitation, she grabbed Percy's arm and yanked him to a sudden stop. Then they heard it, a crunching noise, fast, heavy, coming from behind them. Their heads snapped around, eyes darting wildly through the trees, and then Cressida saw it. No, her, a woman. She was sprinting straight towards them, her torn clothes hanging in ragged strips, her arms flailing uncontrollably. Cressida's grip on the broken scissors tightened as she yanked her arm back, shielding Percy behind her. The woman was getting closer, too close. Cressida's stomach twisted as she took in the grotesque sight before her. Mushrooms, thick and pulsing, bloomed from open, oozing wounds across the woman's body. The smell of decay hit Cressida's nose, and she swallowed hard, bracing herself. The woman lunged. Instinct took over, and Cressida's dodged to the right. Too fast, too thoughtless, Percy was exposed. Before she could react, a blood-curdling scream tore through the woods as the woman sank her teeth into Percy's arm. His wails echoed in Cressida's ears, a sound of pure agony. He fought back desperately, stabbing at her with the broken scissors, his strikes frantic but weak. Cressida didn't think, she just acted. With a scream of her own, she drove her scissors into the woman's flesh again and again, her hands slick with sweat, her heart hammering. Finally, one desperate stab to the head sent the woman collapsing lifeless on top of Percy. Panting, Percy shoved her heavy, limp body off of him, his hands trembling, his face streaked with tears. He looked at Cressida, eyes wide and filled with pain. She dropped to her knees and pulled him in a tight embrace, sobbing onto his shoulder. She had failed him, the one thing she swore wouldn't happen. Percy got hurt. Elsewhere, hidden from the chaos above, Octavia jolted awake. The bunker was pitch dark, the air heavy with silence, broken only by the distinct pounding of something heavy and the low groaning creak of metal under strain. She had no sense of time, no idea how long she'd be down here. All she knew was the unrelenting ache in her chest. She lay in the vast room, lined with beds, illuminated only by the soft glow of a digital clock above the doorway. 54 hours, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. The numbers stared back at her, counting each agonizing second she had spent away from her children. With shaking hands, she reached under her pillow and pulled out a worn phonograph. Holding it tightly against her chest, she let out a soft, broken cry. Riley, her close co-worker, burst into the room, her face streaked with tears. "Octavia, you have to come. It's urgent," she said, her voice trembling but laced with something that almost sounded like hope. Octavia's stomach twisted. She hadn't seen the outside world in what felt like an eternity. She could barely picture it anymore. Heart pounding, she scrambled to her feet and hurried after the woman, her pulse quickening with each step toward the infirmary. A heavy sense of dread settled over her, thick and suffocating. Something was wrong. As she reached the door handle, Riley suddenly grabbed her wrist, stopping her. "Just know that this isn't your fault." Her voice was gentle but firm. Octavia swallowed hard, her fingers trembling as she turned the handle and stepped inside. As Octavia stepped into the room, her breath caught in her throat. Sitting on the cot before her was a face she never thought she'd see again. Cressida, her June bug. A sob tore from her lips as she rushed forward, wrapping her daughter in her desperate embrace. "Where's your brother? Are you okay? What happened?" Octavia's voice tumbled out in a frantic rush, her mind spilling with questions, but Cressida only broke down, her body shaking as she clung to her mother. "I'm so sorry, Mom," she sobbed. "I was supposed to protect him," Cressida wept. Octavia felt her stomach drop, fear clawing its way through her chest. Then, soft, weak, but unmistakably real, came a voice from behind her. "Hi, Mom." Octavia spun around quickly. Excitement filled throughout her body, which was quickly replaced by fear after hearing a low groaning. She turned back around towards Riley and Crisetta. Both of their faces were completely distorted. Much like their old experiments, the skin around Crisetta's mouth was completely gone, revealing the bone. Octavia stumbled back, falling into the surgical tray. While her breath caught in her throat, Crisetta's hollow grin, all bone, no skin, sent a chill through her. She looked over towards Riley, and she wasn't any better. Her eyes were sunken, her skin stretched too tight like it was barely clinging on. They had leaking sores with mushrooms blooming out of them in various places on their bodies. "What's happened to you?" Octavia whispered, her voice shaking. Crisetta looked up, took a step forward, her exposed teeth clicking together as she tried to speak. "I don't know." Crisetta's voice was raspy, unnatural. Riley lifted a trembling hand, staring at it like it wasn't hers. "Something's wrong," she mumbled. The low groaning grew louder. Octavia turned her head towards the dark alleyway behind them. Shadows shifted, more figures were coming, and they didn't sound human. She could feel her breath quicken, and panic flooded through her body. Her mind scrambled as she stumbled around the room, unable to breathe. It was seconds before she blacked out. "Octavia?" Riley said softly, with a concerned tone in her voice. "Wake up! Wake up!" She began to shout. Octavia jolted awake, sweating from the nightmare she just managed to escape. "Your kids are here, and they're safe." Not bad. I absolutely love like the like visuals of like the infected. Definitely did a really good job with that. But now it is time for Monster Hunter. Let's go, boys. Alien boy, hey, how's it going? So, let's go. Alien boy, hey, how's it going? Let's get it, go try hard. We're going back to this. You spend 8 days without phone, got big problems. I don't exactly know how to interpret that. You just got a phone yesterday? Nice. I'm gonna go throw in a pizza. I will be right back.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Lucy_John is now following. Less than greater than, greater than less than less than greater
Lucy
than less than less than
John,
greater than
welcome.
Dancing
Thank
Kirby.
you for the follow. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I am doing well. We got a good amount. We got 600 years worth of monarchy done. We just have to do something about the kids. We don't need the early kids. We just need the later kids. So we did a speed writing story, we did an AI comparison. Then we read some Reddit stories. And now we are... What's right you have on your hoodie? It's Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty's the greatest. You play Monster Hunter, Lucy? By the way, what do you think of this? Do you like it? It's my new... It's the new setup. I'm not using it for gaming, but it gives us more control over the screen. But we're trying to evolve the overlays and everything like that, so that this kind of cosmic background kind of stylish thing would go pretty cool. You like it? Cool. Just did that shit today. Wasn't sure about how it would turn out, but I think it looks pretty good. But then again, my opinion doesn't matter. It's your guys' opinion that matters. It's for you guys. It's not for me, because I'm not the one who's looking at it. Yeah, why you not use everything separately? What do you mean use everything separately? Not sure what you mean by not use everything separately. Like as you show you it on stream on the one side and on one like as you show you it on stream on the one side and on one frame. I fucking don't understand. It will look if you use it one on one. I don't understand what you're trying to say. We haven't done a brute Tig Rex. Like, I very much question that that's English. I'm sorry. Not making fun of your English skills. I just am at a lack of understanding. Now I know how people feel when I write. Fuck, I fucked it up. I keep doing that. I think it's too long though. Hold on.
Trampled terrain, teetering tents towards tilted towers, trailing two tall tabs, terrible trade, tumultuous, transcending targeted taverns, told Tally.
Told Talent Travelers. There you go. That one's for you. Like, you have kick option blown down your cam. How about if you use panel for this and other thing for other stuff? This will be more attractive. I don't understand what you're trying to say. If it will look if you use it one-on-one. Like you have kick option blow down your cam. How about if you use panel for this and other thing for other stuff so it will be more attractive? Would you like, can I show you some of example that can help you to get an idea? No, just use fucking proper English sentence structures. Use proper English, and I'll understand what the fuck you're trying to say. Like, what the fuck? That's not proper English, bro. That's not, like, would you like, can I show you some of example, is not, it's, my, like, a 5-year-old has better fucking English skills than that. Like, that makes, like, it makes kind of some sense-ish, but not fucking really. Like, it's very, very confusing, bro. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking die. I just need his red! God damn, give me your red, bitch! There it is. He likes to run around way too much. Into the wall. Into the wall. Oh shit. Oh, he fell over like a little bitch. Straight for his tail. Oh. Buff's about to wear off. Ow. Turn the wrong way. Turn towards me so I can hit your face, bitch. Still not hitting his face. Hit his face! Come on, how hard is it? There we go. Oof, that could have been bad. Ow. Ooh. Nice, we got his tail. Of course. I'm trying to sit over here and sharpen. Leave me alone. Oof. Uh-oh. People are dying left, right, and center, guys. Stop dying. Just let me kill it. Just go stand at base camp and let me kill it. Oh, into the wall. Nice. We fucked him up. So this, I guess, is just to get armor spheres. But it was a brute T-Rex we hadn't killed in a while. I'm an idiot. I forgot the tail. No.
Konnichiwa.
Okay, we gotta go grab our food. So I figure we might as well carry on with what we were watching earlier while I eat. So I'll be right back. Let's do this.
But my point is,
Exactly. Bro, it's so fun. Like, Baldy here was a big fan of FTX. So I'm not always trusting him with everything. But he's right. Yes, obviously these people are going to act like if you get rid of them, everything's going to fall apart because they don't want you to get rid of them. Duh.
think that's smart
Does
to
the-
live in an American city just go under?
How many American cities need a massively oversized federal government to stay afloat? I mean, isn't that
Okay.
says more about the city than the government?
But when
Fucking exactly.
we get to the point where presidents
Yeah.
are measuring
It's
themselves by
ridiculous.
how many people they put out of work instead of how many people they get
And
jobs
not a
for.
moment too soon.
Yeah, this
Not
is-
a moment.
Thank you, bro. I am so glad that this emotional language is just being immediately countered. Yes, and not a moment too soon. Thank God. Bro, like, I love this. It's like all of this, like, fear-mongering bullshit. This is so good.
This is crazy. This is
Because
absolutely
the
Thank
and
God.
if
never
they're
gets
big
bigger,
fat
never
chickens,
smaller.
hopefully they lay some eggs and maybe then we can afford it.
Yeah, okay, that was clever, to be fair. But yeah, wow, it's not very effective. Masculine energy is back. I mean, a little bit. So people are blind to the truth. Media is part of the family. There's a lot of exposed skin. Yeah, I guess. How's it emotional language when factually lives are at risk? Nuclear safeguards are incredibly important. Well, yeah, of course they are, but it doesn't mean that you're going to make... Like, the thing is that if you approach a situation and you're afraid to make a mistake, you can never make an action. Because there's never going to be a time where you can do things at a large scale and not have error. Because human beings are doing it and human beings make mistakes. And so you have to have an acceptable level of loss and failure and then work to minimize what that acceptable level is. You can't start from the false premise that any level of failure means that there's no level of action that should be taken. Because if you do that, that's a non-starter and you're just trying to shut down the argument. That's it. Bro, there's no level of acceptable failure for nukes. Nobody's going to be, like, what do you think? They're going to fire these people and then Trump's going to launch out all the nukes? Like, what are you talking about? This is, again, this, like, crazy emotional fear, like, fucking, like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not happening. Like, stop it. It's crazy. It's stupid. Yeah, it's outrageous. Anyway, I got one more. It's crazy talk. It is. It's absolutely insane. I have to disagree with you. Okay, well, when the nukes start flying around, I guess we'll know that I was wrong. The nuke argument is brain dead. Yes, exactly. Aren't you going to end up with a huge income and homelessness? Aren't you going to end up with a huge low income / homelessness issue by getting rid of all these jobs? Yes. Yes. Do you remember how I said before how I am an accelerationist on pretty much everything? Yes. That's correct. Needs to happen.
True, brother.
Sooner the better.
I've got a lot of friends who are Democrats, and they haven't asked me for advice, but if I did, I'd tell them, look, you just got to try harder not to suck. I mean,
It's so true. Just don't be the minimum viable product.
I'd tell them, look,
Who
you
is
just
this
gotta
guy?
try harder
Base.
not to suck. I mean,
God.
think about it. Over the past 4 years,
Yeah, I know. Who
the
he is.
Democrats
He's on the Cash
mismanaged
Patel thing.
Congress. They mismanaged
Yeah.
COVID. They mismanaged the economy. They mismanaged inflation. They mismanaged the national debt. They mismanaged Afghanistan. More recently, in their opposition to President Trump and Mr. Musk, the Democrats have chosen to support the bureaucrats and the spending porn over the American taxpayer. Just like they support illegal immigration over the rule of law, just like they support transgender athletes over women's sports. just like they support Hamas terrorists over Israel.
Yup. True.
All Democrats are not like this, but the party is controlled right now by people who majored in online activism with a puberty blockers.
He has asthma in 20 years. That's insane.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
This, but the party is controlled right now by people who majored in online activism with a minor in puberty blockers.
Jesus.
I know these people. They think women, they think men can breastfeed. They're triggered by race. They cry if you use the wrong pronoun. And most fair-minded Americans look at this and they go, these people are about 10 exits past normal. And that's what's killing the Democrats right now, in my opinion.
Has any man ever been more right about anything in his life? Holy shit, that's a fucking fact. Completely fucking right. Abso-fucking-lutely 100 fucking %. There you go. Yeah, 10 exits past normal? Absolutely. He is so based. He is, bro. A major in online activism. Oh my fucking god, that is true. Yeah, 10 exits past normal. Yep, that's a white person phrase. Yes, you're right, bro. That guy earlier, yes, they took it. Yes, 10 exits past normal. I like that. That's perfect. Yeah, what's his name? He's a senator. Senator Kennedy. I don't know, like, what his first name is. I have no idea. Yeah, bro, this is the old white man saying what. Yeah, bro, this guy is bringing back the old John Kennedy. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the new one. Holy fucking shit.
In online activism by people who majored in online activism with a minor in puberty blockers.
Who is this guy, man? Like, this is nuts. Wow. And yeah. And minor in puberty blockers. Yeah, this guy is insane. And then, oh, he posted this from his own account. I didn't even notice this. This is him posting it himself.
President Trump ran as part of his platform on the promise that he would review the spending. Now, I don't know how you review the spending of the federal government without reviewing the spending of the federal government. So he legally, very legally, through executive order,
oh my God,
appointed Elon Musk to do that. It's all perfectly legal, and all Musk is doing is going through and scrubbing the budget. And he's finding a whole lot of what I call spending porn. A lot of just obvious ways that.
That's another white person phrase. That's two of them, bro. He's already made two new ones.
Any fair-minded person would conclude as waste.
Damn.
Now, the Democrats and the tofu-eating wokerati in Washington, D.C., they are just screaming. They are screaming like somebody stole their dog, man. They're just raising.
Oh,
it's illegal, and Musk wasn't elected. They're throwing everything they can.
Yeah.
And a lot of the pundits, the so-called experts in Washington, are agreed. But not the American people. American people support this. It's long overdue. It's going to continue.
You're gonna steal your grandma's.
Upset, as
yeah, the logic. Elon Musk is gonna steal grandma's Social Security.
Said before, need.
It's like, I mean, to be fair, it's the left-wing version of us paying for trans sex change operations for illegal migrant felons. It's just so fucking ridiculous, it's funny.
To fill out a hurt feelings report and accept it because
Did you see Dragon Age won 4 awards?
Yeah, by the way,
No.
what we've read about already is probably just the tip of the iceberg of what they're going to find.
Yeah, dude, this guy is, man. Oh my God. Wow. I didn't know what this guy was about. LGBT brainwashing? Uh-oh.
Our president is very smart. He's showing us things that enables people like Mike Benz and you and I to have these conversations about, because it's not ideological that USAID, which is not USAID, this is like one of these psyops right up top, like Federal Express is not owned by the government, Federal Reserve is not owned by the government, USAID is the Agency for International Development, not aid. And we see on television, there goes another pallet onto the C-130. Aid, U.S. aid from the American people.
Oh, we're being nice.
Yeah, we're being nice to people.
We should be nice. We're the nice people of the world.
But what these, and I'm sure Mike talked about this, like LGBTQ, these dance parties and things. If you look at these countries, like these are countries where we want to keep them away from Russia, overthrow the incumbents, and the way to garner support is to. And I really love how they added the Q. That just became so clear to me all of a sudden. If you sponsor LGBTQ, these are outcasts. These are people who feel that they've been marginalized.
Sure.
Then you add a Q, like,
well, I mean, to be fair, in a lot of these other countries, they are legitimately marginalized. Like, it's in the U.S., we forget about this, but in a lot of countries, like, you actually are marginalized if you're gay, right? And not even to mention trans.
I can be queer. I'm different. I'm odd. You bring more people in. You can bring the anarchists in.
You can get A. They have the A's in.
Oh yeah,
now,
the A's,
is so crazy.
Everything.
But the A's don't even have a dog in the fight.
But that's the point. You want them to come to the party. Yes. Come to the party. You're allowed to the party.
That's
and
why it's so long now.
And I saw this, AFD in Germany. This is the extreme right party, and they wanted, to slow or remove immigration. And so now there was a protest against the AFD. They're getting ready to vote now, and there's 100,000 people there. And I'm like, wow. I thought, because I know people in Germany, I have friends in Germany. They really are sick and tired of this immigration stuff. So where are these people coming from? And in the news report, right up front, there's a dude in a blonde wig with eyeshadow saying, we just want to get along. Can't we just be diverse? I'm like, that's the PSYOP. He's talking about himself. So he wants to feel included, which, by the way, in America, you can do whatever you want, call yourself whatever you want. People really don't have an issue with that. But
generally,
they've just taken this and abused these people into their political agendas all over the world. And, of course, it sparked something here in the States. If you look, the Democrat Party, they're going to die on this hill. They're still like, oh, no, LGBT.
I think that he's right about this part, that they're completely captured by identity politics. They are. They're completely captured. I don't know if they're ever going to be able to get over it without, like, a total reformation.
They're taking away our rights because they know they can mobilize people to do that. And then you can throw in Palestine and all kinds of people.
Did you see the city council thing in Worcester, Massachusetts yesterday that's gone viral today?
Yeah, which one is
Jamie,
that?
did you see it?
I'm seeing it right now on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Pull this bitch up.
Uh-oh.
I haven't seen it.
There's a compilation of these people, like, absolutely freaking out. The best one's the compilation, if you can find the compilation. But it's all these LBGT people show up at this city council meeting to say there's, like, a trans genocide. It's one of those, dude. We're going to round up in concentration camps.
Yeah, 5 minutes long.
Just give me, start from the beginning. Give me.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
Oh, brother.
I'm shaking right now.
We saw this.
I don't want to be here.
I believe him.
I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
There it is.
Yeah.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
It's bullshit. Because when extremist girls, they become all homophobic as fuck. It's just bullshit. Excuse me. I'm a cross-dresser, and I think it's fucking bullshit. We've never had a problem until it became a part of the media. And then when it became a part of the media, like I said, became a part of an agenda. And now it's just this giant... And I still don't understand. Okay. How it's acceptable that just because these people label themselves a certain way, that they're basically immune to, like, criticism. You know? And this is speaking, like, as a cross-dresser who gets criticism. It's just how the world works. Like, don't make it part of your personality. Do I ever talk about it? No, because I don't give a fuck. I just like to put on makeup to make myself look pretty and feel pretty. And we do makeup streams, like, once a month or so. But it's not, like, a highlight. It's just that added little bit in between the sprinkles of all of the different types of content that I do. So the fact that people make it like some sort of political bullshit about how, oh, Trump's taking away our rights, we're gonna be hunted down and killed. It's like, no, you're not. You're fucking retarded. And because you've been labeled as, or you label yourself as this thing, you seem to be immune to criticism. And I think it's fucking bullshit. So that's what I mean by bullshit. Is the thought that they think that they're above criticism, and they're so outlandishly, ridiculously hyperbolic in their accusations. Like, there is going to be the same amount of homophobic and transphobic, like, violence in the world, no matter what. You're, like, homophobic? No, I'm bisexual. I just don't believe that it should be presented as a political leaning. Like, someone being gay doesn't have anything to do with politics, especially in a country where gay marriage is legal. It just doesn't make any fucking sense why these people are talking about it in this such way, as if it's like literally fucking Hitler just got elected. It's like, Trump doesn't give a fuck about gay people. Like, if anything, it's like there's a lot of homophobic people in the States, yeah, but it's not like, it's the same thing with like abortion for women. It's like, yeah, it's a state-by-state thing. Fuck it. It's like, it's a natural effect of being gay or feeling like a man or woman on the wrong body. I just say accept what the fuck you have. I mean, I would say there are people that are emphasized into it. Like grooming, kind of. But it's not in an essence of, you know, and people just take it way too far. It's like I agree with Trump when he says there are only two genders. Because there are only two genders. You're either XX or you're XY. Your physical body makeup doesn't mean anything. It's what your chromosomes state. It's what your biology states. Really think I was bisexual? Finally not. Well, I am. But that's not a part of my personality. It's just an existence in the background. And that's the reason why I'm spreading hate of these peoples. I don't think you should spread hate of anyone, honestly. I think you should sit down and have a reasonable conversation about it. The problem is these people can't sit down and have a reasonable conversation about it. Which is just unfortunate. But at some point, you just sit back and watch whatever's going to happen. Like that chick said, oh, get ready for us to make it. That means that you're basically saying that you're going to start to get violent because you think that your rights are going to be taken away from you. Which, if they were, I would understand why you would get violent, for instance. Like, if someone tried to drag you off to a concentration camp, yeah, I think you would probably, they don't want to understand. That's the difference. Exactly, right? It's, as Asman always says, it's intellectual dishonesty from people that haven't taken their medication in 3 months. I think it's fucking ridiculous. And it gives the actual people that don't hold that as part of their personality a bad rap. It makes me not want to say it because saying it is like, oh, if you say it, you're just pushing it. There's no need to fucking say it. Unless someone asks or it's like brought up in conversation, like the fact that I always have my nails painted. So, that brings it up in conversation. Like most of the time I'm clean shaven and my nails are painted. So it's like, you look at that and that raises questions. And then that sparks a conversation. And then that's a talking point. And then you can have whatever opinions you want towards it. Like, people scoff at me and people compliment me. But they do the same thing for, like, my long hair. Or, like, when I had a big beard. It's all the same. Everyone will do it for a different reason, but everyone's gonna do it. So it's like, there's no point. I was homophobic as a kid. When I grow up, I finally understand the difference between don't understand now and hate, and don't understand how, but let people live and do what they want. Yeah, it's like, how does it affect you in any way if someone that you know is gay? Like, they know that you're not gay if you're not gay. And you think just because they're gay, all of a sudden they're not going to respect your rights that you're straight and, like, try to rape you or something? Like, what the fuck? Like, as a person who has a wild mind, and my mind goes down these routes, it's like, yeah, your mind can go down those routes, but those aren't logical routes to go down. If you have a pick of 50 different routes to go down, you'd pick 49 other ones before you picked that one. The people that start out with that one are the ones that are fucking unbelievable, and you can't deal with people like that. They're just unreasonable. Again, as Asman says, you can't logic someone out of a state they didn't logic themselves into. And that's why you can logic me out of a lot of states. Because looking upon it, and I can do the same thing with other people. I'm like, well, does that actually logically make sense, or am I having an emotional connection to it? 90% of the time I'm having an emotional connection to it. Instead of don't understand LGBT, but spits and gets stuck on a hatred, though. Well, I mean, it's like, there are people out there that are just racist, that are just homophobic. And there are cultures out there that do completely disdain it. It's like, it's lucky to be in a Western society where it is accepted.
He's both.
I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain. I
Cry, baby.
Spectrum, and I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
I do not want to be here. It's
Whoa.
my day off.
Whoa.
I do not want to be
This is
in
the
your
one
DMs.
from earlier.
I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter so that you will hear and see me.
Yeah, I don't understand that shit. It's like, they're fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy, bro.
So it's like, you made me put glitter on my face, you piece of shit. Because everyone knows when you go to court, you have to have glitter.
These people need hugs. They need love. I pray for them.
Yeah.
The biggest way to psychologically manipulate people is, or there's three ways: old people, puppies, and children. And, and I followed this. It started around 2012, not coincidental. When you know about Smith Month, the Smith Month Act. So that's, there was a law that was put in since the Church Commission. You can't propagandize the American people. Defense Department and others went to the government and said, well, like, we're on the internet now. We might accidentally, push some propaganda on people.
Yeah.
It started with bullying in schools. I know, because John Dvorak and I, we followed it on No Agenda. Started with bullying, then it was we needed anti-bullying laws, and we're literally going like, what happened to sticks and stones will break my bones?
But words will never
Punch the
hurt
bully
me.
in his nose. No. Then the teachers, and then we got hate speech laws, not actually laws, but hate speech punishments, and this kept building up until you guaranteed parents through the American Medical Association, the Pediatric Society, all of these different trade groups, that if you don't transition your child, that child will commit suicide.
Right.
And that's just that.
Yeah,
is
it's kind of
horrible
fucked
thing that
up.
they've done. Think about these parents who may or may not one day wake up and go, "What have I done? What have I done?"
Well, someone was talking about this the other day, that this is the real problem, is that so many parents have committed to doing this to their children, and they cannot face the reality of what they've done, and so they're going to dig their heels
Well, they
in.
don't know what it is, right? I mean,
It's going to take 5-10 years for it to really sink into most kids.
There are a lot of things that kids can't consent to, and parents can't consent their kids into, even if they want to. And that's for everybody's best interest.
Yeah, you can't sign your fucking kid into slavery for money.
Forever.
And
they're
vote
gonna
Democrat.
Talk about gender affirming care.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's a small percentage of people in the general population.
Thank God.
And thank God. But they're overrepresented in the fact that they make it their whole life, and so they're very loud and very vocal, and then they become a political beach ball. I talk about beach balls.
I heard you talk about that with Bridget.
That's what it is. It's
totally.
The political beach balls.
Yeah,
So we always have something to fight about. So we're.
The movement itself, it's just like any other kind of radical movement. It moves people off of your side, not onto your side, because people start to hate you because you're fucking crazy. Like the activists that like vegans and shit that glue their hands to the cement on roads and shit like that. It's just a fucking nuisance. Go actually do something with your life.
To the USAID stuff, or a lot of the stuff.
I think that Joe's bringing up a really good point here, is that a lot of these identity politics issues are basically being put forward as a distraction technique from economic policy. I think this is very true. I think it's always been true.
It's really important, and this is just a part of this intertangled web
it's called Munchausen syndrome.
Exactly. I think
Munchausen by
LGBT people are
proxy,
crazy,
actually.
literally,
If
and that's so
you're
pitiful.
acting like that, you've convinced your kid
Yep.
that they have a disease. But I know what it is. I get it.
Like Munchausen?
That's been running our culture. I mean, I would say our government, but it's everything, right?
Culture.
So it's the government has established its hooks in us and put fear and law and rules.
People do
and
whatever will
law,
get them
the
ahead.
more rules, the better, because the more likely you're going to break a few of them, and then you're going to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And they've
That's how
got
it
these
goes.
fucking things everywhere, and it's just allowing them to run this mafia business. And there's a bunch of people that are reasonable.
I think that's true, is that it's very hard to speak out against this stuff, and it wasn't, well, not anymore, but for a long time it was very hard to speak out against this stuff. And that's why, for example, the trans kid stuff, I think that's the point. That was the bridge too far. That really kind of, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
And then afterwards,
Agreed.
now you see people having a huge reaction against it. Massive reaction.
Yeah, they just are not fucking happy with it.
Educated people.
No,
that
really, my
have
brother is trans, and I
Stockholm
don't understand all
syndrome.
pieces of
They
transformation
don't
I was
want to
accepting.
admit
always
that
be here
even
for them.
their people, their cherished
Yeah.
heroes like Obama, was a
They're
part.
not different
Mhm.
people.
And all
They just
these
want to
people that you
express
think of as
themselves differently,
progressive
right?
Democrats, they were all
There's nothing
a
wrong
part
with
of it.
that.
So anyway,
Unless you make it your entire personality and wrap everyone else inside of it, and then it's it's a problem.
Yes, I do. And I think that radicalized a lot of people too when they saw that. They saw somebody like Nick Merckx who said, I don't want to have, gender ideology in like my kids' schools, and then he gets taken off of Call of Duty. Everybody hates Nick Merckx now. Everybody's dunking on Nick Merckx. And I think that a lot of people saw that and they were like, this is fucking ridiculous. And the fact is that as soon as it was possible to express that opinion, it turns out everybody actually had Nick's opinion.
Yep.
And it's a super majority opinion that the public has.
Yep.
And so the only way that this
only
stuff
thing
was
like
able
that
to,
should be taught is in sex ed
and grow was when it was being protected ideologically.
If it's a part of sex ed, then it's not a problem to me.
Absolutely.
But if it's not a part of sex ed, it should not be in schools. That's my view of like that kind of thing in schools. Because it should prepare you for the real world and teach you that those kind of people exist and that is a possibility. Right? It's like when I graduate, I'm going to do OnlyFans. When I graduate, I'm getting a sex change. When I graduate, I'm going into the military. Roll call. You're fed up, you're going to roll some? Hell yeah, bro. Get the ganja. 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 Guess we're doing acidic. Refill our items. Good to go. Oh, I gotta change this. Boom. I have way too many of these. I gotta get rid of these things. These overlays. Oh. Let's go. There he is. Oh, he's fighting to take Rex. Ow. They're getting glitched into the wall. Alright then. That was some laggy ass shit. Nice, we got them out. Narrowly escaped that shit. Holy shit. Oof, ow. Just wanna sharpen in peace. Nice, razor sharp. And of course, as I get razor sharp, he runs away. Or perfect polish. Protective polish. Seems like it's almost dead, though. Maybe not limping, but... no, he's definitely exhausted. Oof. Another turf war? Oh, he's running away. Little bitch. Taking a ride on his back. God damn it. Let me on you. Fucker. How did that miss? Well, he's gonna go to sleep, right? Nope. Oh, there we go. GG. Another one down, boys. City Glavinus got nothing on us. Bounce on that bitch all day. Nice. More than me, which is kind of weird because I always have it open in the background, so I don't understand how I only have 2 hours and 35 minutes. It doesn't make any sense to me. Cause like as long as I'm live, I'm watching it to make sure that it's going. But I guess that doesn't count. But if that doesn't count, then how did I get 2 hours and 35 minutes? Every day watching me, yeah, man, I really appreciate it. Time goes fast, exactly, right? Next thing you know, Wilds will be out, and we'll be playing fucking Wilds, not Worlds. Oh, I'm so excited. It's gonna be so good. What we do now, guys? Okay, Barrioth. Basil Geese? It's been going on too long. You want to offer me a sub? Well, that's very appreciative. I'd be very appreciative of that. Don't have to, though. Don't feel obligated. Raging Brachydios. Let's fucking go. And it's a dual insect glaive. I need to eat. Alright, let's go. Wow, he's right here? Hell yeah, let's go. I didn't even get time to buff. Where's his red? He's a jumper. Don't get hit by that blast. Oof. Here we go. Ah! Yeah, that could have been very scary. Ow. Sucks, he set a trap, but it already ran away. Bro, I was a 1% to pay. I don't know what that means. You need to confirm a confirmation of in my phone. Like, do you mean me? I'm confused. I don't know how the system works. You would be the first, bro. You would be the first. You'd be teaching me how the system works. I have no idea. Nah, because I have a new phone? Nice. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. They want to identify me for security. Oh, for payment reasons? I mean, that kind of makes sense. Ooh, that guy got fucked up. He healed too late. I do not yet, but don't worry, promise. Yeah, no worries, man. Don't sweat it. I appreciate it, though. I really appreciate it. Like I said, it shows me that I'm going in the right direction. That's what's important. Ever expanding new directions. Always something good on the in-between. Whether it be a game, or writing, or reading, or art, or whatever. How much do I get every month? Like, 2K? Ish? Oh, like 1,800, 1,900. Enough. Let's just say enough. It's enough. It's enough for a comfortable living. And I do live pretty comfortably. I cannot deny that. Damn, these guys are getting fucked up. Stop dying. Guys, stop dying. I know he's hard, but stop dying. I forgot how big Raging Brachadios is. $2,000, that's with the heart, 'cause you're awesome. Alright. Hell yeah, brother. Lead the way, and the others shall follow. As they say, build and they shall come. And I believe we are building, boys. Oh, and someone died. Someone died. Sad face. Down the drain, down they go. Into oblivion. Twisted depths of despair, sinking and swallowing all the light and hope that there was. Now the Raging Brachadios destroys everything. You will get a sub when you forgot. Well, if I need to set up the sub thing because I have an idea for that, but the unfortunate thing is Kick only plays the audio, but it doesn't play the video. Whereas on Twitch it plays the video. At least it does for the follow. I don't know how it is for sub, but I have the perfect scene. So this is gonna be the scene for what is this big? You wanna get out of here?
Whoa, guys! Heads up! We got company! Finally! Jeez! Come on, Speedy! Wow. He's really on there good.
So it'd just be this end part, like right here, where Brock's already on the ground, and they come over. It'd be like,
Come on, Speedy!
this would be the sub thing.
He's really on there good.
Be like, damn, he's really going there good. As in, like, you've subscribed, right? So now you're in my clutches. That's the idea behind it. It's the problem with multiplayer, though. Other people die. Zenogre, Roshangs. Oh, right. I'm back. I would have noticed eventually, right? Man, there's so many acidic Lavinuses. There's gotta be something else out here to fucking fight. Kieran? Sure, let's do a Kieran. If you want to listen, it's White JLD, my channel. I do emo rap music. Cool. Nice. Look, we got the Glavinus. He's sitting right there. That's the last one we captured. Look at that big boy. We don't even need a fence for him. My last music is fucked up. Called You Was 19. Nice. You might used to do film in high school and shit like that. Then moved on to writing. On YouTube, it's still out now? Yeah, man. YouTube is eternal. That's why I stream on YouTube, because it's the place where it saves the VODs forever. So all of my streams, you can go back and look at all of my streams on YouTube. So if you ever miss a stream and you want to go back and watch it, just go to the YouTube. I do an edit clip with Cat Cup. My voice, my edit. Bro, my heart's beating so fast. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Good thing, but I'm like, I don't know if you will like it. Man, I like everything. How could I not like it? Post it in chat. I'll listen to it. Yeah, sure. I mean, we pulled up that other guy's song yesterday, right? Why not yours? Why didn't you bring up your song when he brought up his? You're awesome, boy. That's nostalgia for me too. Nice. Well, I was bringing up Final Fantasy 11 earlier. That was nostalgia for me. Fucking playing Bard and pulling. Been a while since I played Final Fantasy 11. I didn't saw my last epic clip song since a while. Just gonna prance like a little pony. Uh-oh. Are we in for an avalanche? Ow. Shouldn't have gone in. Karen is a tough mistress. Uh-oh. That could have been dangerous. Nice. In the face. No, someone died already. Hey, we got protective polish. Shit, that delay almost got me killed. Okay, well he's limping, so... Nice. Hey, so what's this song? And then I'm probably gonna call it a night. It is getting late. It is 6:30 in the morning. Been going for 6 hours now. We've been going hard. So I want to thank you all for watching, as always. So let's end on this song. What's your song, bro? Tell me the song. Yes, put a link in chat for it. Bro, that's so trash. What? Your edit? Just send it, bro. Send it. The link should work. I don't have links turned off. Post it in the Discord. Go into the Discord. Post it in the Discord. Under the general chat. General stream chat. Just go to the Discord. Nice! We finally got more energy. Oh, you don't have Discord? Just write in the chat whatever it is that I need to put into YouTube. Are you as high as these cats who just keep throwing in fucking coal? What do we have for fuel? The hell, the URL don't work. Just like whatever it is, whatever the name of it is, just type in the name and then I'll type it into YouTube. That's called fucked up. Is this it? This one?
Fucked up, always used to be fucked up, way fucked up, getting fucked up, fucked up, always used to be fucked up, way fucked up, getting fucked up, getting fucked up with me, girl. I don't want to be sad, I used to be high, feel like I'm mad. I took my bus of memories, wasn't ready to see that. Blurry vision, I shook my head, yeah, I'm really, really high. Sorry, bitch, I will never make you mine. And you say, why do you always call me every night? Oh, dang, smoking indicator, you know it blows my mind. I know I'm fine, high, I look at the sky. Switching my flow, watching me fall. Remember me, now you're a hoe. What do you know? I know you lie again to me. I know I found, I know you know me, I know I'm funny. While you sleeping, I be smoking. Smoke all the stuff, making me cry. Yeah, never mind, I'll make you mine. Fucked up, always used to be fucked up, way fucked up, getting fucked up, fucked up, always used to be fucked up, way fucked up, getting fucked up, always used to be fucked up, way fucked up, getting fucked up, always used to be fucked up, way fucked up, getting fucked up. I will leave you for now, that's why you said to me, bitch. I love when you leave me, love is dead lately. I will leave you for now, that's why you said to me, bitch. I love when you leave me, love is dead lately.
Sweet, sweet,
Nice. Oh, that's not bad at all. But, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. No problem, bro. I mean, fuck, that brings me back to the days when I was like 19, fucking smoking with my bros, fucking filming that shit, fucking getting high, getting drunk, fucking raptoring out. It's not bad. I like the beat. The editing's great. Like, the visual editing is great. That's really well done. I don't know. I can't really tell. I mean, I'm not a music person, let alone a rap person. So, like, it's pretty much all the same to me. Alright, who are we going to raid today, boys? Who we raiding? Who we raiding? Huh? Where are we going? What we at? Who we raiding? Let's go with this one. All right, and who are we hosting here? Let's see.
All right, so my sprint isn't quite done, but I should be getting ready for work soon. And welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much, and hello, Itzo-cication? Welcome in, welcome in. How's your stream go? Oh, welcome to the craziness. No, welcome to the coziness. This is a pretty cozy stream. I'm a cozy fantasy author. I'm writing Slime Sweets and Dungeon Treats, which is a cozy lit RPG about a baker who ends up in a dungeon and decides to feed the monsters instead of fight them. It's pronounced intoxication? Oh, all right. I'm terrible. I butcher everyone's name. I'm so sorry. Oh, you're working on your character creation for your book with the bloodlines. Ooh, nice. What genre is it? I did try. I always try, but they're often terrible. Cerulean, not craziness, coziness, coziness. Works, you got 4 You found 4 shinies today? That's crazy. Good job. Good job, Works. What was the first shiny you found? You found 2 Poliwags, a Squirtle, and a something else. Intoxication, fantasy. It's based on Final Fantasy type tropes. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. That sounds really cool. I hope it's going well. Is it your first book, or do you have other books out? Ito's on the brain. I know, Blazing Wolf. I was thinking Ito from Genshin. I was definitely thinking Ito from Genshin.
I raided another channel. I'm looking for who to raid on
It's your
Kick
first user
right
raid short
now.
stories? Oh, that's really cool. I find, like, when I first
Kick
started writing,
doesn't
I
have
thought
the
short
best
stories would be easier to
system
write
for
than full
this.
stories.
Because there's
They
no
are
search
not.
system. It's just like
They are not.
who you're
Short stories are
following and
almost
who's
harder for my
alive,
brain
but I'm not really
because, like,
following
you have
that
to
many
tell
people.
just as good of a story in such a shorter format. I tried one once, and it's okay. It's not
I think
great.
fuck it.
It's
We're just gonna call it on that because I don't know.
Aw, thank you for doing the shout out. I totally forgot to do
Are you
that.
smoking?
Thank you.
Why? What? Why? Are you smoking?
Don't worry.
It's funny that it doesn't show me who
Don
did that,
McVeigh is now
but I'm
following.
assuming
Less
Sierra.
than greater than. Greater than less than less than
There
greater
we
than
go,
less than less
Sierra.
than greater than
You are
dancing
like
Kirby.
coming through as a moderator lately. First, you saved my Discord from NSFW spammer bots, and now you're
All right,
doing
Valley Boy.
shout-outs,
Have a
man.
good
You're
night,
just
bro. I'm
amazing,
peacing
Sierra.
out.
You.
Kick is kind of
are
odd with that. It won't let me
Hope you're
fucking
having a good
host
day.
anyone. But thanks for hanging out, man. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't you worry. Take care, bro.